The conversion is good from Eden Aguero, and that put Shujaa 19-0 up. Against Mwamba. There's still a minute and a half to play. Remember, after this match, we get back to the women's competition. Kick out by Aguero, goes deep, and it is collected by Mwamba's Arturo, who's tackled and
advice KRU kuweka hiyo entrance fee ama time bado.
Kenya get the play going again, looking for space out wide. Mugaisi breaks through that Mwamba defense, but he's tackled. Aguero is a man who's trying to hold that rack as Mwamba try to get the turnover ball, and they do get it. So Mwamba now the ones to do it, and it's Oyugi who's trying to go through, and that is a forward pass coming in from Oyugi, so it's going to be a scrum for Kenya. Inside the Mwamba 22. Eden Aguero going to put that in.
I know.
Aguero eventually finds Olindi in space, and Leonard Mugaisi with yet another try for Shujaa, and it's now 24-0 as the hooter for halftime goes.
The last time zikiwa Kasarani ilikuwa 500. Utajua.
Eden Aguero looks at making the conversion, but it goes wide, so it's halftime. 24-0. Shujaa leading Mwamba at halftime in this final pool phase match of the 2018 Safari Sevens. So Shujaa, the favorite. So both sides there, quite interesting that you can see. I mean, seeing Paul Murunga and the man who's going to be his assistant, Kevin Wambua, doing duty for Mwamba. There's Paul Murunga. It's his birthday today. Well, happy birthday to the coach of the Kenya Sevens. He's got a lot to do. He's got big shoes to feed into after Innocent Simio left the Shujaa setup in October as they had the World Rugby 7 second. So there they are, the entire team. Kevin Wambua, Paul Murunga, all keeping tabs on that. So the second half about to resume. Kenya Sevens players, those who are on the bench, standing out there, amongst those on the bench, Dex Ombachi, everyone would like to see him play and see a little bit of his speed. But they all get back as Shujaa get ready to restart the game. Eden Aguero is the man with the ball. So back to the action, another 7 minutes. And that has been won in the air by Charles Omonde. And he drags the Mwamba players with him as he makes the approach, looking for space, and that has been knocked forward. It's intentional. The referee goes into his pocket. He knows that he's going to be on the naughty seat for 2 minutes. Doesn't even waste, deliberately knocking the ball forward. And the man who's been seen being from Mwamba is Brian Kivasia. That deliberate knock on, earning him a yellow card. Mwamba down to 6 men. Remember, Shujaa also in the first half were down to 6 men. 2 yellow cards have been issued by the referee.
Bind.
Eden Aguero to put this in.
Hold it, hold it.
He's got Olindi just behind him if he's got any club intentions. Olindi sends the ball out, and this is going to be an easy try for Daniel Tabo. Second try for him. Shuja 29, Mwamba 0.
Try scorer, ladies and gentlemen. Daniel Tabu. Takes the score to Shuja 29. Stop big one goal. 0.
Kenya looking to extend their lead. And the conversion goes wide. So it stays 29-0 for Shuja. As Harold Anduvate does come in for Charles Omondi. And also making his entrance is Dennis Ombachi. Kept in play by Mugaisi. Tabu sends the ball way out there. And it's now Dennis Ombachi. This is a man who sent Kenya to the Olympics literally by running. They go out wide. And that's a big break. Alvin Otieno makes his way right under the posts. And it is a try for Kenya. 34-0 it is now. And the conversion is good from Olindi. And that takes the scores to 36-0 for Shuja. Eden Aguero.
Left or right?
Is a man who's going to do the restart. Does that ball go the full? Who gives the Mwamba defense some little bit of trouble, and he gives Shuja another try. It's now 41 points to 0 for Shuja against Mwamba. Dennis Mbachi, the man who scores that try. Johnston Olindi is the man who's going to make an attempt and try to get the conversion. Another 2 points for Shuja. They wouldn't mind them despite leading by 41 points. And that conversion goes wide.
Which side are you kicking? Which side are you kicking?
So substitutions, just looking at it, is that Mark Wandeto and Cyprian Kuto are in the field of play. Olindi with the restart. Sent back by Mwamba. And that is a big chase, and it's going to be another try for Shuja. This one by Harold Anduvate. 46 points to 0. Shuja are leading Mwamba. Lindy is a man who's going to be making an attempt of the conversion, and it's good, and that takes the score to 48-0. 48-0, Shuja leading the Mwamba side. So Mwamba, remember, playing in this tournament after Burkina Faso called in after finishing second in the National 7th circuit. And so Mwamba called in because Burkina Faso could not make it. 48-0. Olindi with a restart. And picked up by Mwamba and Kuto immediately making that tackle. So Olindi getting the ball out wide. Mbachi has got the ball. What can they do with Olindi? Trying to move forward, trying to get some of it, and holding on to the ball by Olindi. Mwamba, they take the penalty. Into the final minute of the game. They're trailing by 48. Trying to break through the Shuja defense. It's a baptism of fire for this team that is known as Rock.
5.
Looking for spaces to move through. Omburu is sent out, and it's going to be a line out.
Kabochi.
It's going to be a line out.
Mark. Okay, Mark is there. Just move this side. Move this side.
Man is going to set the ball in. Alvin Otieno, Dennis Bachi, and that's taken short and clever. Mwamba probably did not expect that. The tackle is made, and
Advantage over.
Kenya have got the ball, and a great show of pace, and this is by Mark Wandeto, and he makes another try. Daniel Tabu, Mark Wandeto, Harold Anduvate, all debutants, all making the impact felt as they get into the Kenya 7 setup. 53-0 it is. And there's still conversion to come. And the hooter has gone, indicating the time is up. Can Olindi get this through? That one goes wide, and the final score is Shujaa 53, Mwamba 0.
So far, the Shujaa 53, Stanley Mwamba.
So we've had the first round of matches played, and this is in the men's competition. Remember, Samurai winning 29-5, winning 29-5 against the Whalers. Spain defeating Uganda 24-19. Kenya Morans 19-12 winners over Uganda. And then we've had Namibia lose out to Apache, and Kenya Shujaa defeat Mwamba. So that's first the other scores coming in. Yes, Apache defeating Namibia 28-5. Portugal defeating Homeboys 19-14. And that 53-0 win for Kenya Shujaa over Mwamba. And the men's competition is going to be taking a bit of a break. And in 5 minutes' time, we shall have the women's competition start. It will be the Emerging Cranes against the Kenya Club Select. So in between, we shall have Amphora Pidi, who is pitch side, to take us through just a little bit of the motions that are there.
Okay. I'm used to this. Huh? Come. Yeah. Kwani mimi nakuja tu game time. Bara kona ambulance full time na kona watu wenye huwa wanafanya kazi daily. Na kuna hizo tatu hata. But yeye naye Musa ni bench.
Yeah?
On Twitter and Instagram. Extreme 254.
Good afternoon and welcome. Remember, this action is coming to you live on KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner. We are live here on location at the Rugby Football Union of East African Grounds. joined by the winning coach, the newly installed Kenya Sevens coach, popularly known as Pau. I will stick to that. Pau, first and foremost, congratulations. The highest win so far in this tournament, 53 points. What do you make of your first game?
A good game for the Shujaa side. I think they were able to stick to their plays and executed. So well done to the boys. And of course the Moran have won their first game. So looking so good and sharp for today.
Fantastic, looking good, sharp, 53 points it is, and I can see the team seems to be gelling so well. Are you impressed? Are you looking at changing anything going into the second game, or you'll just, give every player a chance like we saw in the first game?
Yeah, I think going into the second game again, we'll just want to see a different combination of players and giving chance to the guys that didn't have enough airtime to play in the first time, in the first game.
Yeah, well done, because I can also see we have Captain Aguero here with us. Eden, congratulations, your first game, 53 points, the highest score so far in the tournament. Are you happy with the team's performance?
Yeah, it's a good start. I think in every tournament you want to have that kind of a start, but you just want to keep building from that brilliant performance.
We are seeing a win in the first game. Are we looking at going all out to win the tournament, or you just want to take game after game and pick learnings as you go, as we prepare for Dubai and Cape Town Sevens?
Yeah, of course, winning the tournament is the ultimate goal, but because we are a new team, we just want to build it up slowly, just getting the guys into a kind of a cohesion as we build up for the World Series.
Very new players are coming in. We are seeing the likes of Olindi and Duvati coming in and at least getting their made use with tries. How is the team gelling so far with the new young crop of players coming in?
It's wonderful to see the young talent and the young players coming up and showing that they deserve to have a chance with the big boys. And as an experienced player, I think our work is just to make them feel easy, feel at home. Because as you can see, with that kind of a performance, we have quite some talent.
Fantastic. Thank you very much and congratulations and well done for your next game. Wish you all the best. Thank you very much. Remember, you're watching this live on KBC Channel 1. The next game, Lionesses. Over to you, Daniel Wahome, in the commentary booth.
And in Uganda, as the Uganda side participates in the 2018 Safari 7 right here on the RFUA.
We know Elias Becky.
Kindly keep 10 before you commit your tackle.
And that is Asin Binning for the Magic Lady Cranes. And so Kenya now with the ball, and they've got the space out wide. Can they make the run? And with the ball now is Enid Ouma. She was making her way forward and she held on to it. Penalty quickly taken. And with the ball for the Cranes is Christine Nakamaya.
Side entry.
On by Michelle Award. Because we've got a Ugandan player who's on the deck. Actually, a Kenyan player. Well, the good thing is that she's got breathing and she's got movement. But there was some impact, and so there has to be a stop in play. Time has been called so that the player can receive the necessary attention. And it was at that point, it was the tackle where we saw where Winnie Achieng made the tackle,
Yes.
and Michelle Award landed on her. That was where the injury to her came through. She's on her feet. She looks a little bit dazed, but player protection, especially when you've got those hand injuries, has to be taken care of. Can you try to move forward by kicking the ball? That was Maureen Murito, but loses out to Uganda, who get the ball with Nambiro. And now out wide and making the pace is Nakalema. She's tackled. They're still inside their own half.
High tackle, group.
And a high tackle has been called. So that's a penalty. Scratch and they get going. With the ball now for the Lady Cranes is Nambiro. Passes it to Kwagala. Sends the ball out. No game so far. Kenya trying to turn over that ball back. Lose out at the breakdown. And the line, that Kenya defensive line has been broken. And there is a chase towards the try line. Uganda trying to break through. And two tacklers having to stop that. And the ball eventually stolen by Kenya. Veronica Wanjiku Intol being out of line. And these are Lady Cranes getting into the 5-meter line. Close to that try line. Can they go around? And Justine Namagembe trying to go to the wide side, but not able to move forward. Still holding on to the ball.
Number 11. High tackle for me.
And Daisy Givetti is sent to the sin bin for a high tackle. And a try has been made by Uganda.
Entry. Adela. Enter from the side. Sir.
Imagine Cranes leading Kenya Club Select by 5 points to 0. Can they convert this from out wide? Angela Nyonjo, their captain. And the conversion is wide. Cranes 5. Kenya Club Select 0. So still on player receiving treatment on the pitch, which means that time will have to be stopped. Just 4 women's teams taking part in this competition. 2 from Kenya, Kenya Lioness, and the Kenya Club Select, and then the emerging Lady Cranes and the Lady Cranes themselves. So those are the 4 teams that are participating. Kenya Lioness versus Lady Cranes. That's the one that's lined up next. Having a graze on her knee, so she's got to get treatment. And that first aid has been given to her, so she's ready to continue with the game. So time may be called back on by the referee, and that's the indication that he's given. Well, that kick was low, but collected by Kenya, who are down to 6 women, and they tried to go wide, and losing out was Enid Ouma, looking for the space, and what a huge tackle, but the referee calls it.
Number 17. 17.
And the referee goes to the captain, Angela Nyonjo. Both teams now down to 6 women from that high tackle, and you can see it was quite dangerous. Well, that was a high tackle. It was dangerous, actually. Just by the looks of it, it's not something anybody would like to go through. And getting onto her feet is Michelle Ward. Time is back on. And the space that has been found, the offload is good. And the Imagine Kenya side get into the 5-meter line. Can they find some way through? And it's try time! Lauren Otieno, Kenya. So it's Kenya Select 5, Imagine Cranes 5. So no conversion for that, and so Kenya with the restart. It's a kick that goes deep inside the Uganda 22, and it is picked up by Nakalema, who tries a kick and chase, but it is won by Kenya. They've got the ball, just a little bit of hesitation, and so the tackle is made. Kenya get the ball, and it's rolled out by Veronica. And Kenya breaks through that defense, and a chase down to the touchline. Maureen Morito makes a try. 10-0 it is, and the conversion is good. So we've got Veronica Murori who's made that conversion. So it's now 12 points to 5. The ball bounced, she picked the ball and slid through, took off and made that try. Remember that in this match, the first half looks a bit like it's taking forever, but remember there were 3 stops for players to get attention. The restart, not going 10 meters from Kenya, so the Lady Cranes get ready to move, trying to break through the Kenya defense, and they stop there, and that is the hooter to indicate that anytime the first half could come to a close. The tackle made, and there was a knock on by Uganda, and that means that at halftime, Kenya Club Select leading the Emerging Cranes by 12 points to 5. As both technical benches get in, and this game there's so many injuries here, a lot of medical attention being offered. Always interesting to hear the conversations that referees have. And just in case you're wondering what's HIA, it's a head injury assessment. For example, after a high tackle or if players bump into each other, there's a tackle of any nature and a player may land. So if they're concussed or something like that, that must be a head injury assessment. Player safety is very important. And also things like if the penalty is taken, then there must be a scratch. The Ugandan players still getting a little bit of patching up. The next match is going to be Kenya Lioness versus the Lady Cranes.
On the penalties and free
So
kicks,
the players
play
getting back onto the pitch,
hands,
getting ready to restart the game. We're going to get the action going.
Goja.
Just how make it my name.
Okay.
Before I do so, remind me.
And action for the second half is on.
Back.
Uganda have got the ball, they do lose it. Some loss of concentration. And Kenya do pick the ball. Hold with the ball now is Michelle Ward. She's got it. And no advantage coming in from that knock-on that was made by Uganda. So it's going to be a scrum.
Back.
Realign. Usaria. Usaria ki push.
For the ball. Crouch. Bind. Set.
So Kenya, the scrum, they get the ball out, but immediately run into trouble trying to go through the blind side. Moving forward again is a war.
No hands, black, no hands.
Kenya recycle the ball. Can they go through the middle? Tackle is made, trying to make the offload and bringing down.
Still side black.
Bobo is Rainondo, and they've got space out wide. Can they do it? She dances that way through and makes a run towards the post, and it's a try for Kenya Club Select. The try scorer, Fresher Oduor. Veronica Moirore trying to make an attempt at that conversion, doesn't go through. So it's Kenya Club Select 17, Cranes 5. Here's that replay. The ball was sent out and Frasha able to just change direction and make a run towards the post and get the 5 points for Kenya. The kick out. Knocked on by Uganda. Kenya not getting that ball and making use of it, so that advantage got lost. So it's going to be a scrum for Kenya. This is the select side. The Lioness team plays, the main competitions, African champions, all there. Kenya looking for space out wide and some great footwork, dancing through that Uganda defense. That was Maureen Murito, and they now have got the ball, trying to go direct. The tackle is made. Still rolling forward is Michelle Ward. Kenya looking for options out wide, and it is Frasher who's trying for the line, changes direction again, beats one defender. A deck. Looking for the options. And nimble footwork being shown by Veronica. Kenya have got the ball. They're just outside the Uganda 5-meter line.
Obstruction green.
And penalty, Uganda. Trying to keep away a defender. So Uganda now trying to move forward with the ball is Justin Namagembe. It's the captain trying a hand off, and eventually she has to go aground. That is Angela Nanyonjo. Uganda looking for spaces out on the open side. Tackle is made on the breakdown, and Kenya with the turnover ball. They hold on to it, so it's going to be a penalty for Uganda.
Number 2.
The Lady Cranes trying to break through, but they are tackled, and yet another injury. Actually, 2 Lionesses. Head injury assessment will have to be called as play continues, and Uganda are there. She got hurt. One player landed on her. She was making the tackle. Tackle again by Kenya. There's a break and an infringement is called. Time is stopped by the referee so that there can be a head injury assessment. The medics have to be so close all the time. Good thing is we can see that the player is responding as she gets treatment. It's always a worry, you know, for players and coaches, because after she made the tackle, one player landed on her, and that was pretty painful. And just by the looks of it, she's still on the ground. The good thing, you can listen into the Uganda conversation.
Scrums of it.
Yeah, binding. They put their heads down and you can't see the boat. So you
It is not that.
So play has been stopped. We've got to wait for the medics to give the all clear. Still on the ground, you can see Uganda's vice captain just in Namagambe was passing information to the referee that, you know, probably the Kenyan players are doing something. And she gets onto her feet. She's able to recover, looks a bit concussed. She can afford a smile, but she's still in pain. And she's held onto her feet. That means she's going to be substituted. And let her have some little bit of relax. And draws the claps from the crowd. Everyone knows that she's well. And so time is back on.
Scrum for bus.
William Wino,
Keep your backs flat.
the player
Good.
who's got
Bind.
the injury, is on her feet receiving treatment as we get back to
Ready?
the action.
Good. Bind. Set.
Kenya with the scrum. What can they do with it? And Frashia has got space out wide. Can she make use of it? Does she have space? And it's a penalty to Kenya.
Number 7. Keep your tackles low.
And
Wait.
in the Ugandan side, Agatha Nakalema sent to the sin bin for 2 minutes for a high tackle. As they try to move forward. One bump and draws a chair. That was fresh big lady in this team. Knock on Kenya. It's going to be a scrum to Uganda.
Knock on green. come for black. Coach. Bite.
17-5 is the score in this game. Emerging Cranes looking for ways to go around the Kenya defense, and it's two number 14s, Diana Kwagala and Frasher, battling each other, and some space has been found. Can she go all the way? And she's tackled. The ball is lost, and it is now with
Make it low, three.
Naba Gembe.
But it's good.
Kenya turn the ball over. They've got it, and it's played out. And it's Frasher who's got the ball, and she goes a deck. Kenya set that rack. The hooter goes. Clock still counting down. What options do Kenya have? Trying to break through the line, and that is a pass that has been called forward.
4 pass, 3.
And with that, we come to the end of this women's match. It's the third match in the women's competition at the 2018 Safari Sevens, and Kenya Clark Select win 17 points to 5 in a match that has seen the game being stopped 4 times, and this was because of the injuries to the players. The next game, it's going to be Kenya Lioness playing against the Lady Cranes. Not the emerging sides now, but the main teams. You can see the players lined up. And running out are the Kenya Lioness. They're going to be playing in the white jerseys, and the Cranes are going to be playing black and red. You can tell from colors, so it's white and red. 14 minutes, and after that we get back to the men's competition. So the Lady Cranes will get this game going. Kenya Lioness versus the Lady Cranes. The Bulo. And Kenya now trying to break through the Cranes defense. Janet Owino, the lady they call Shebesh, at that breakdown. The captain, Philadelphia Orlando. Out to Aura. It's now with Sheila Shajira, who's looking for space and see if they can break through. Bit of pressure coming in. The Cranes, Lady Cranes make the tackle. It's now with Janet Owino. Looking for the space, the tackle is made. Can Kenya hold on to this? At the breakdown, it's turned over by Uganda, and it's going to be a penalty for the Lady Cranes. Holding on to the ball. The Cranes now move out with Choita. And there is a knock on by the Lady Cranes. It's going to be a Kenya ball. All this lane setting up the scrum, but the Kenyans are ready. The referee having to ask the players to wait for his call. The lady called, they've nicknamed Shabesh with the Putin, trying to move forward. Sheila Shajira with the ball. Janet trying to break through again. The tackle is made by Uganda, and she was holding onto the ball. So the Lady Cranes, they take the penalty and start moving forward quickly. Tackle is made and stolen by Philadelphia Orlando. Space is available. Sheila Shajira gets the ball. Can she make the full charge through? And she bumps into two defenders. Kenya at the breakdown. Can they hold on to the ball? And there was an illegal tackle being made. So Kenya now with an opportunity. And it's the wheels of Sheila Shajira. The tackle is made. Sets the ball up. Uganda trying to make a turnover. And they do win the ball. But a tackle out wide by Janet Owino. Always at the heart of the action. The Lady Cranes now with Nadunga. Trying to go through the short side. Tackle is made and they break through the Kenya defense. And the chase is down towards the try line. Shajira makes the tackle, stops the Kenya attack. She's got the ball. And Kenya do win it. Sent out wide. Can they break through this Uganda defense? And the chase is down to the try line. The wheels are open and it's going to be try time Lioness 5-0. Snyder Ahura. You've got to love her play out at the wings, getting the ball from Philadelphia Orlando. Question is, can Grace Adhiambo get the extras? Yes, she does. The conversion is good. So it's now Kenya Lioness 7, Lady Cranes 0.
Kenya Lioness 7, Lady Cranes 0.
Kenya with the restart. Grace Adhiambo to do that. And after this, we're going to have the second round of matches in the men's competition. Well, the kick doesn't go 10 meters, so the Lady Cranes with our penalty, they take it, trying to move forward and break through the Kenyan defense. The tackle is made by Grace Adhiambo, but Kenyans entering that scrum from the side. The referee asking that they get back. The scratch must be made. Ball must move. And with the ball now is Grace Auma Agrerot. Looking for spaces, but that tackle again is made. They cannot find a way through the Kenyan defense, the Lady Cranes, at the moment. And a high tackle has been made, so the referee asks that the play be called back. No penalty advantage. Tackle made by Aura. Lady Cranes with the advantage. Advantage to Kenya. Penalty advantage well taken. Kenya take the penalty. Janet Owino trying to look for some space. She's got Grace Adhiambo for company. And Janet Owino, she's got all the space out wide. She keeps up with the pace and makes the try. It's 12 points for Kenya Lioness. The Lady Cranes 0.
Getting a try for Lionesses, taking the score to Kenya Lionesses 12, the Lady Cranes
Grace Diambo is the one who's holding on. Well, can she make the extras? 12-0 it is. Can she get the? Can she make conversion from that far out? Well, the ball just lands inside that 5-meter line. The hooter goes, and the referee says it's half time. So Kenya Lioness leading the Lady Cranes by 12 points to 0. So the Lady Cranes all huddled together as the referees make their way to that point and hold a conversation. The Lady Cranes Uganda side for a long time. You know, the Lady Cranes always had the edge over the Kenya Lioness, but the times they have changed. Now Kenya have emerged, become a stronger side, played at the Commonwealth Games, played at the Olympics, getting to levels where no problem qualifying for the World Series is now something that they're thinking about, always knocking on the doors. Well, the Kenyan team huddled together, and as usual, always a press aid before they resume play for the second half of the game. Leading 12-0. As the referee prepares to get the second half action going. Kenya are going to have the restart. Great with a kick that is picked inside the Uganda 22, and Kenya immediately press. The Lady Cranes have got space, but Kenya is tracking Snyder with that tackle, holding on to her, trying to get the player out of the field of play, and she successfully does so. It's going to be a line out for Kenya. Janet Owino with the line out that is easily won by Kenya. Looked like Coleman at the referee, so that means now scrum to Uganda. Playing in the midday sun, and Kenya turn them over, and one dummy made. The offload is good. Coming at the tackle. 3 players having raced down. As there is another, as Kenya now tried to move forward again. Holding on to the ball and play having to be stopped, and also time has been called, I think, by the referee. And there is a sin binning, I think, for the Ugandan side. So play continues. Owino with the ball, trying to break through the Uganda defense. Owino had the ball, she had the space, but opts to go wide. And they dance through, go past the line, and it is try time for Kenya. So it's now 17 points for Kenya Lioness. Lady Cranes, 0.
Lady Cranes for Uganda, 0.
Well, another injury that we've seen, the women's matches have, been a worry for most of these players, but she looks okay and will continue with play. The attempted conversion goes sideways. So that one is another 2 points lost for Kenya. 17-0, they're leading. The Cranes have got the ball, and the tackle by Philadelphia. Orlando, she made the tackle, released, and again offside play by the Kenyans. Penalty Uganda. They try the kick and chase, and that is knocked on by Philadelphia. She tried to make that interception.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, kindly the Samurai Army Uganda 2, Samurai Army Mountain Cranes, kindly proceed to the player holding area.
It's going to be a scrum for Uganda from that knock on. And Uganda successfully get that, and the tackle is eventually made. The ball is sent backwards. Question is, can Kenya hold on to it? Knocked on again, and it's going to be a scrum. No advantage from the earlier knock on that was there. The Lady Cranes trying to, move as fast as they get the game going as fast as they can. Trailing by 17 points. 2 minutes and counting on the clock. Trying to go through the blind side and lose it. All it in the breakdown. They're holding on to it, and that is a penalty for Kenya. Quickly taken. It's with Janet trying to use all the width that they have. Collected by Aura. And she's got the pace and goes round. Takes the long route and makes the try as she dives, and the Ugandan player gets a little bit of it. That's the second try for her. 22 points for Kenya. Uganda 0. Well, she caught up with the pace of Snyder Aura. Well, you'd also look for the name Michelle Mondi if you're looking for the name that is when she's playing out, the names that will appear on her passport. Attempt at the conversion, but that one is short. So it's 22-0 as we get into the final minute of the game. Here's our play again, able to go around, but look at the pace of Angeo, who tried to get to her, and Aura with the dive, and in the process, Angeo getting hot. Kenya with a restart. Well, that was a clean catch. Uganda have got the ball, trying to go through the short side. Philadelphia Orlando hold, trying to steal the ball from her in that tackle, and no release was made. Uganda without play and no penalty advantage. And Philadelphia Orlando goes to the naughty girl seat, and that was for infringing on a penalty being taken. The hood has gone. We should be getting into the final play now. Penalty Kenya. This scratch They still want to continue. They want the points on the board. Remember, they're down to 6. They do get it. Oh, you know, the lady they called Shebesh with that penalty, Kenya, for that offside play. They move forward. Sheila Jira breaking through that Uganda defense line. Grace Odhiambo trying to look for pace. She's got the legs, she's got the pace, and it's 5 points for Kenya. It's a try. 27 points to 0 for Kenya. We're playing against the Uganda Lady Cranes. 27-0. Can she convert her own try? That's Grace Odhiambo.
Imagine praying from Uganda and Samurai. Can we make the way to the player holding on? Imagine select.
An attempt at the conversion goes wide. 27-0. The Kenya Lioness win against the Uganda Lady Cranes. That's the score. That's how it ended. Let's see how we, the Kenya Lioness, already with 2 wins in this competition, are top of it. That's how it goes down. Oh, Michael Kwambo is the man who's going to be taking you through the next sets of matches. It's in the men's competition. It's Samurai playing against Uganda. And this is in the second round of pool matches. Samurai playing against the Emerging Cranes. That's a match that is lined up next. And Michael Kwambo, the man who's in commentary, we're sharing the commentary place with, is the one who's going to take you through this.
Well, thank you very much, Daniel. We're into the men's competition once again here on day 2 of the Safari Sevens. The match that's coming up is a match between Emerging Uganda and Samurai International. Samurai International began their campaign with a 29-5 win over Red Whalers, while Emerging Uganda fell 26-19 to Spain. These two sides meet, and these games will be followed by Spain versus Red Whalers, Uganda versus Homeboys, Portugal versus Morans, Namibia versus Mwamba, and Shujaa versus Apache. 6 men's matches coming up before action once again resumes with the women's competition at 3:12 p.m. My name is Michael Kwambo, and I'll be taking you through this round of matches in the men's competition at the Safari Sevens, as we just catch a glimpse of the fans, some having their French fries, others just having conversations. It is a good place to be on a Saturday afternoon. All the more reason for you to leave the comfort of your living room and make it all the way down to the RFUA ground. I'll just catch the atmosphere there of the fans energizing themselves, bracing themselves for an exciting afternoon. And to all our viewers watching us on TV and streaming live on facebook.com/Safari Sevens, karibuni sana and welcome to this round of action at the Safari Sevens.
Live here at the RFUA grounds where the game is still going on. The game that has just come to an end is the Kenya Lioness that has won against the Uganda Craneless, and we have seen how that game has gone so far. But right about now, I'm going to talk to the Mwamba RFC coach, Louis Kisia. He was having a thrashing in the first game and what he thinks of the second game. Coach, tell us about your first game. What went wrong for you?
Well, I believe we started really slow heading into that match. Most of my boys didn't stick to the game plan. They didn't trust the system from the word go. I believe it cost us. We didn't possess, we had no possession of the ball. And in sevens rugby without possession, then it's very tough for you to get a win or to even get a score. So in the first half, again, we were so individuals. Boys played, it was more of a grudge match because we have a couple of Mama boys in the national team. So I believe the boys were trying to prove a point to each other, and we ended up being thrashed.
Talk about the second game. What is going to happen? It's Namibia.
Well, now Namibia will now. I've spoken to the boys. We'll stick the structure when all else fails. We'll want to use the strength that we have. We have big boys on the forwards. We have very quick backs, especially our wingers, and we have good steppers in the middle. So that's what we're going to use. If forwards are unable to take it up front, then we'll give it back to the wingers to go around and score the desired tries.
Thanks a lot, Coach. Success in your next game.
Thank you.
Right now, we are going to link up with Amfa Apidi, who is also talking to the Uganda ladies who have just played Kenya right now. Let's wait and see what he's going to say.
Try time. Thank you very much, Robert, from the other side. Very interesting scenes here at the Rugby Football Union of East Africa grounds. The matches that ended has pitted Kenya's Lionesses versus Uganda's Cranes. Very interesting indeed, because Kenya Lionesses winning by 27 points to nothing. I'm joined by the two captains of the two sides, Philadelphia Orlando, the Kenya Lionesses captain, and of course Asha, the Cranes captain. Asha, first and foremost, congratulations for making it here. Your take on the tournament so far?
Thank you very much. I'll say thank you to the Kenya Rugby Union for giving us this opportunity to take part in the Safari Sevens. You know, for the women it's very hard, but the girls have shown the interest of playing, because we reached today at 5:30. That long journey, we've taken 24 hours on the way and we've got some ups and downs, but we've managed to come here and we prayed. And congratulations to the Kenyans for winning.
So you arrived this morning from Uganda.
Yes.
And I mean, that very, very strong indeed, because you have still made it. And yet, you won your first game, lost against the Kenyan team. Now you're taking against the emerging Uganda Cranes as well in your third match. What do you expect in that match?
I'll expect a win, because it's our junior team. We have to teach them what to do.
What would you think, or what do you think, what would you attribute to the loss to Kenya? Do you think Kenya were mentally strong, physically strong, or they're just a better side than, your team at the moment? Or it's just a matter of time probably before you catch up with Kenya? Or would you be looking at a situation probably that, we were just not on our best today?
I'll say that Kenya has had enough exposure than us. That's one of the challenges we're facing. But with time, I'm very sure we'll catch up with them. And the preparation that Kenya has, it's really higher than ours, but we'll catch up, God willing.
Probably I would have put this to the Uganda Federation, but as the captain of the team at the moment, where do you see Uganda ladies team in the next 3-4 years time to come? Do you think there'll be a push to Kenya, or there will be a force in Africa and world at large?
I would say there will be a force at large in the world, because we have a lot of young girls in the team, as you saw, and you can see they have talent. So they'll make it, I'm very sure.
Thank you very much, Asha, and congratulations. We wish you all the best in your third match against your junior team, which is the emerging Uganda Cranes. But we really appreciate you making time to be with us, despite the long journey, saying you arrived here at 5:30 a.m.
And our first game was at 9:30.
And you won that game.
Yes.
Very interesting, and congratulations, and thank you very much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Well, there you've had it. Uganda Cranes arrived this morning at 5:30 a.m. after a long 24-hour journey, but that didn't dampen their spirits. They were here. They took against the two Kenyan sides, winning one, losing the other. They won against the Kenya Club Select, and now they met the Kenya Lionesses, who earlier on, when I spoke to Philadelphia, promised that it's going to be factory settings restored. They are just going to take each game at a time, and they are not going to let it go. Philadelphia, you live to your word. You said it's going to be an easy game, mentally, but on the pitch, probably a different ball game. What's your take so far on the game that has just ended?
First, I'll say a good game to Uganda Lady Cranes. They've really shown they've really shown quite a good competition to us. They arrive in the morning, which is actually a fatigue to them, but they really pushed us so well into that game.
Looking at the game, Philadelphia, the first few minutes, you took time to settle in. Was it probably you guys were trying to study the approach to the game as you approached, but the moment you got your act on, it was a case of not looking back again?
As you look at the team, we also have young players coming in. And we also, just as I said earlier, we're trying to work on our structures, moving into Dubai's game. So we're trying to put our structures well. Though we started on a low note, and we picked it along the way because we didn't give our best as expected.
Well, didn't give your best, but your key players turned up very well. The Schneiders, came in and took the game head on. And anytime they had the ball, it's like the crowd and even you guys knew that, it's a formality. This is, try time for Kenya. Yeah, just as I said, we have speed outside, and we're trying to use the speed in both wings and to get the ball to the wingers like Snyder, Ura, Janet, Okelo. They really did well into this game, using their speed quite well. Well, speed was critical in this, and probably fatigue now came into play, and as a result, you got the result. You're now looking at your third game, which is against the Kenya Club Select. Your expectations? Just as I say, we're taking one game at a time, and also to the Kenyan Select, we're not going to give any chances. We are going there to win. Being that we are in the national team, and this is a national team, we need to showcase our talent in a good manner and also to carry the flag. So our main target, we're meeting Select, we are going to win. That's a promise. We're not giving any chances to any team. You're not giving the Select some hope that probably it's, you guys have what it takes. To you guys, it's a win, it's a win, it's a win. It's a game just like any other game. It's a game like any other game, and we must put our structures right. Going to meet Select them because we've trained with some of them, and we must win this game at any cost. Thank you very much, Philadelphia. We wish you all the best, and going into the next game. Thank you very much. Well, here we are at Safari Sevens. The match that's going on at the moment is Samurai side taking on the emerging Uganda.
Emerging Queen.
0. Very interesting indeed. Samurai, remember, has some of the best Kenyan players, the Frank Wanyamas, in this team. Very interesting indeed. And Wahome, if you can hear me, probably at this point I hand over back to you at the commentary booth to pick up the same. So Wahome, over to you.
And the restart once again, high and hanging, claimed under pressure by the emerging Ugandans. The show and go, but just into Samurai traffic. Possession once again turned over. Samurai dominating with their physical presence at the breakdown. And quick ball delivery skills. That was Frank Wanyama. He had the try line in sight, but the referee had called for an infringement and called for halftime. Some respite for the Ugandans under the pressure from emerging Samurai. 24-0 at the break. Teams go into the halftime huddle. Let's see what the second half will bring, but as it so stands, it is Samurai with the massive lead. Will we see a second half comeback from emerging Uganda? And remember, if you're making your way down to the RFUA ground, be informed that there is a road closure on Gong Road from Adams Arcade to Kibera Station Road. This is because of the Safari Sevens tournament, and therefore there could be delays in reaching to the tournament destination. The Safari Sevens has been played since 1996. Used to be played at the RFUA ground between 1996 and 2010, before moving to the Nyayo National Stadium in 2011 and 2012. It then made Kasarani its home from 2013 to 2016. Wasn't held last year because of the repeat elections that were held in Kenya. And in 2018, it has returned to its original home on Gong Road, the RFUA ground. A ground that has been deemed popular by many, a rugby fan and commentator, as the Ugandans look to get the second half underway. Ball is high into the air from Stephen Alul. This is hard running once again from Samurai. Is that man in shirt number 5, passing with Yos. He has been the go-to guy for Samurai. The show and go, the beautiful step from Hugo Styles. Tony Awar just fending off his defender. But the emerging Ugandans do well to slow down the charge from Samurai, but only for a moment. Once again, Hugo Styles turning on the style. This is looking a bit too easy for Samurai. They get points on the board. 29-0 with the conversion to come. Try scorer Bram Venter. It's now 29-0 with the conversion to come.
The score to Samurai 29. Imagine Green 0.
Conversion is successful. It is now 31-0 to Samurai. And let's see what they can do. They are coasting in this one. Emerging Uganda seemingly don't have an answer. And there are now 8 Ugandans on the field. This is because Solomon Okia in shirt number 10 has come on for Samurai. He is a Uganda Sevens international, plays his rugby locally for Kenya Harlequin. And this is becoming a walk in the park as another try is scored. 36-0. We will confirm the try scorer in a moment. It is the man in shirt number 13, Peter Uis. Current scores 38-0 in favor of Samurai. This is Solomon Okia just bumping off his countryman. Beg your pardon, that was Augustine Lugonzo, Kenya Sevens international. He is a prisons officer with the Kenya Prisons Service. Ball played out to Angus Van Niekerk, and this is Tony Awar. This is a whitewash. 43-0 with the conversion to come.
Raining tries, ladies and gentlemen, as the ball goes over for Samurai. Samurai 43. Imagine Uganda Green.
Still have about 2 minutes 55 seconds to play in this match, and that ball had been stolen by Augustine Lugonzo, just smiling at what could have been another try for Samurai. Augustine Lugonzo studied at Kakamega High School, started his rugby at Western Bulls before making the move to Homeboys, who are the current Kenya Sevens champions. And like we mentioned earlier, he is a prisons officer with the Kenya Prisons Service.
Are you here for the afternoon or the evening? What I do, I can see when you have a break.
As the man in shirt number 12, Nobato Kenyi, plays it out to Raymond Emanzi. Finally, the Ugandans looking to string up more than 5 passes in one phase of play, but going into contact where they have struggled under the physical dominance of Samurai. The penalty decision goes their way, looking to at least get points on the board, consolation points for that matter. That was Wilfred Seguya. I would like to know if he is related to the legendary Robert Seguya. Many a Kenyan and Ugandan rugby fan and player would know him. That's the man in shirt number 1, Johnston Baiga, going in, and you just wonder why the Ugandans looking to engage Samurai in a physical contest. That was a beautiful step from Nobato Kenyi. The ball is played out wide to Raymond Emanzi, looking to race clear to the try line. What can Emerging Uganda do? They are within striking range. Is this going to be a try? Consolation try. It is from the man who started that move, Nobato Kenyi, much to the applause of the crowd here at the RFUA ground. 36-5, 43-5, I beg your pardon.
Bringing the scores closer to each other. Samurai 43, Imagine 5.
Bit of mischief from the stadium announcer a few moments ago. It is a huge 38-point deficit between the two sides. 43-5 in favor of Samurai over Emerging Uganda. The conversion attempt is successful from out wide, 43-7.
Every new convert by one try. Samurai 43, Imagine 7.
From the restart, what can happen here? Conversation is good between the Samurai players, just knowing what they have to do. This is Frank Wanyama, ball in one hand and the offload. This is going to be a simple try. The cover is coming through, but that was what you call a chase in futility. 48-5. The response was immediate from Samurai. You just feel that that was the last straw in this match. Augustine Lugonzo just going through the formalities. Will he make it into the 50s? He does. Takes the score to 57, and that is it at full time. A half century for Samurai over Emerging Uganda, who scored the solitary try. 57 at full time.
Let's just test. How is the picture like this?
Up next is a match between Spain and the Red Whalers. These two
light in
sides
our favor.
registered mixed results in their opening fixtures. Spain defeating Emerging Uganda by 26 points to 19, while Red Whalers fell to a 29-5 defeat at the hands of Samurai.
okay?
And the Red Whalers obviously playing in red, while Spain in yellow and blue. As you just catch a glimpse of the crowd here at the RFUA ground, having a good time. Back at the RFUA after an 8-year absence, back on the rugby calendar after a year's absence, back and probably this time back for good. It is the Safari Sevens coming to you on KBC Channel 1, Safari Sevens. There is color, there is enjoyment from the fans. Moments that they will treasure. Selfie moments perhaps. Looks more like a studio photo from one of the more popular photo studios in Nairobi that still exist. But in our picture there we do have a glimpse of the two teams. The Red Whalers in the red and black strip, while Spain, I beg your pardon, why was my mind on Samurai? It's because they just played the match that ended, but it is because Spain in the yellow and blue strip taking on Samurai. On Red Whalers. And the referee for this match is Uganda's Sauda Adira. And lining up for the Red Whalers, Ben Bell, Philemon Olang, Alex Olaba, Benjamin Marshall, Derek Mayar, Gideon Makumi, Derek Kyoga, Lucas Opal, Woodhead Philip, Davis Lago, Daniel Runol and Nick Foster, while lining up for Spain, Ricardo Garcia Mar, Hernandez Cristan, Di Santiago Rafael, Juan Pedro Ramos, Alejandro Sanchez, Tobias Sainz Trapaga, Manuel Sainz Trapaga, Ignacio Rodriguez, Alberto Diaz, Juan Martinez Lucas, and Jaime Matia Sanchez, as well as Danny Batrananko Hayes.
Hello, testing.
After a brief moment of entertainment from the in-house DJ, the Red Whalers getting this match underway. The match has kicked off at a high tempo. That is Alex Olaba, former Kenya Sevens international, one of the guest players for the Red Whalers. There's a man in shirt number 11, Daniel Runole. He's got wheels to go on for days. And running like a wailing ambulance. It is Daniel Runole who puts the Red Whalers ahead, 5-0.
Whalers to get the first round of this game. Whalers 5, Spain 0.
And he makes it look so easy. It's like he could do that all over again. Just looking at his stance as the Red Whalers prepare for the conversion. It is successful, takes the scores to 7-0. And what a start from the Red Whalers. They have been regulars here at the Safari Sevens since about 2013. Played in 2013, 2014 as well.
Who's presenting sports?
Actually played in the last 3 editions.
Who's presenting
2013,
sports?
2014, 2015.
Who's presenting sports?
I've also taken on a number of guest players such as Philemon Olang of the Strathmore Leos, Alex Olaba from Kenya Harlequin, Benjamin Marshall from Nondescripts, Derek Mayar from Impala, Gideon Makumi from the Strathmore Leos, Derek Kyoga from the Oilers. And as we speak, Spain looking to conjure up something, but just finding themselves in a bother. They do present the ball down and continue playing through. Manuel Saiz Trapaga plays the ball out wide to Rafael Di Santiago. Beautiful step and go, much to the excitement of the crowd here. The rugby is electric, but the pass was wayward and out into touch. Some pain for Spain. And remember, you can still make your way down to the RF UEA ground for the rugby action at the Safari Sevens. Showing to you live on KBC Channel 1. Beautiful interplay there between Philemon Elang and
Thank you, Gladys, and
Danny
a very good afternoon to you
Baranako.
from the RFUEA grounds. It is the 22nd
from
Safari Sevens.
That play there was a knock-on, and the Red Whalers just losing the momentum that they were beginning to build once again. It's going to be a scrum down.
And it's at the RFUEA grounds. Now, a lot of debate about it being at the RFUEA grounds. The fans absolutely love it. And we can see already fairly early on Saturday, it has to be said, and the fans have already sort of turned out in force. There's still a number of empty seats, but we await and see how it turns out a little bit later in the day. But the analysts
Christian Hernandez
would say it's a step backwards for the RFUEA because they say
beautiful play from Spain.
International tournament.
Alejandro Sanchez goes into the tackle there. Was hefty from Benjamin Marshall. He's a big unit, still only 21 years of age.
Just to give you some scores, there was a big win. The match
Looks like a chief from a village in Western Kenya, but back to matters on the pitch.
50 points to 7 on at the moment. It is Red Whalers
Sanchez
5,
Alejandro.
Spain 0 at the moment. A big win for Kenya. Shuja.
Tobias Sainz
They won,
Trapaga.
53
It's just been
points
established
to
that
0 against Wamba
they are
Ice
brothers in the
Forces
Spain
Kenya
team.
side. And then we
Tobias
got
and
the,
Manuel
second team
Sainz
for Kenya,
Trapaga.
Morans, who won
This is
19
Christian
points to
Hernandez.
12 over the main Uganda team.
Once again,
So it
another
is
contest on
at
the floor.
moment,
It has been turned
12
over
teams,
by the man in shirt number
competing in
6,
three
Derek
groups
Mayar.
of four teams each group competing for the Robin Cahill Trophy. Two Kenya sides, remember that Kenya
can
are the defending champions. Even though
Red
the
Whalers
tournament
do?
wasn't
Benjamin
held last
Marshall
year,
goes into contact.
They are the defending champions from 2016.
Once
And
again,
they
the Red
defend their
Whalers just
title.
looking
We
to
will, of
attack.
course, keep you
Alex
up to date
Olaba
with
with the
latest
dummy.
from the Safari Sevens on top
As
score
well to keep the
that's
ball
coming
alive.
up in just under an
The
hour's
pass
time.
there
Back
was
to you in the
wayward, but
studio
eventually
from
cleaned up by
RFUEA
Derek Meyer.
grounds.
Another wayward pass. Could this be an opportunity for Spain to work up something? Manuel Sainz Trapaga evades his marker. That was a beautiful offload. It is helter-skelter.
I think
The
I heard
referee
you
is
right.
going to
You were
call
talking about
for
the caliber of teams, a
an
lot of
infringement.
debate about it.
2 minutes,
The reason why the date was
31
changed,
seconds
for the
remaining in the
Safari
first
Sevens,
half.
used to be held
It is
a
the
little
Red
bit earlier
Whalers
than this.
leading
It's being held in November.
through
They
that
wanted
try
to
from
use it
Daniel Runo.
as a warm-up for the World Rugby 7 Series. The first one happening at the end of the month in Dubai. So just a couple of weeks to the Dubai tournament, but it seems like the big teams, the main teams that will be playing in the World 7 Series have avoided the Safari Sevens. I think a lot of this as well is also due to the financial constraints of the Kenya Rugby Union.
Once
which
again,
means that
questions
although
being
we've got
asked
international
of
sides here,
the Red
this
Whalers by
tournament
Spain.
after
Christian
22
Hernandez
years does
plays it
deserve
through to
better.
Rafael
Back
Di
to you,
Santiago. And this is going to be something beautiful. No, there seems to be a break in communication, but Spain keeping up the momentum with their quick offloads, attacking the spaces. Once again, it is on the floor, and the man cleaning it up is Christian Hernandez. Could this be the try that Spain have been looking for? They are coming agonizingly close. The Red Whalers defending frantically. You can see the try line, but you can't get the ball over it. But eventually, the try is there. Has been an energy sapping affair, but eventually Spain getting points on the board.
Three, going back and getting a try for themselves. It was supposed to Red Whalers 7. The Spanish Rugby National 7 side 5.
Conversion is successful. It ties up the scores at 7-all. We do have about 30 seconds left in the half to play, and what a half it has been.
Ladies and gentlemen, the scores are even. Spain 7, Red Raiders 7.
The hooter has sounded to signal halftime. It is Spain in the ascendancy. They have looked for that try, like someone looking for treasure in a treasure hunt. Eventually it came good. Is Spain with the momentum towards the close of the half. They were slow to start in this one. Tobias Sainz Trapaga with the offload to Christian Hernandez, exciting the crowd here, and indeed proof of exciting rugby action going on at the Safari Sevens. That score from Christian Hernandez on the stroke of halftime. Conversion from Rafael de Santiago, giving Spain a 14-7 lead at the break. And we're back for the second half of what has been an energy-sapping affair so far. Red Whalers trailing Spain by 14 points to 7. It was Red Whalers who went ahead through that quick-fire try from Daniel Runole, but Spain have scored 2 converted tries to go 14-7 up, and the second half starting eventfully with a free kick awarded to Red Whalers. Just losing their footing there, close to the middle of the field, and now it swings the other way. And Daniel Wahome, this is something that you rarely see in the game of sevens rugby, electing to kick for territory from the penalty.
Most of the time they'll go for the scratch and try and, make the play around, go through the phases. But this time round, Spain opting to go for it just over the 10-meter line, just a kick that went about 25 meters, and they get the line out and they continue with the play.
And indeed it is Spain once again with the momentum, just looking to keep up from where they left off at the close of the first half. Beautiful interplay, just working the passes and their faces together. The injection of pace. The contest on the floor is furious. It has been turned over, but not to the satisfaction of Sauda Adiru, a referee from Uganda, and to our fans watching in Uganda. Karibuni. There's another penalty for Spain, and they will look to work something from this. probably prise up the Red Whalers defense. That was direct play. Rafael De Santiago, one of the try scorers, plays it through to Manuel Sainz Trapaga. Another contest on the floor. It is open. The advantage swings the way of the Red Whalers.
Mark is here. Mark is here. Mark is here.
You probably couldn't hear this, but you just hear the Red Whalers coach asking his charges to speed the game up, because you can see what Spain are doing. Obviously knowing that they're playing at altitude and not wanting to expand their energy, just looking to take this game by the scruff of its neck, control it at their own pace. And that is the nippy Philip Woodhead, playing almost immediately to the instructions of the coach. So a healthy sprinkling of Kenyan players in this Red Whalers side. They flew in a number of players from the UK as well. This is Alex Olaba, former Kenya 7s and 15s international. He does have a ton of speed, charging down like a tank. And Daniel Wahome, this is one man you wouldn't like running at you.
Well, just looking at him, stocky, he's got a low center of gravity, and you can just look at his bulk, because when he's in full force, you really want to get into him. I mean, it's like coming across a train that's at full speed. You would go flying. But Alex Olaba getting 5 points on his Safari Sevens score list.
Alex Olaba, he did play in the Kenyan team to the Youth Olympics in Nanjing in 2014. He was a Prescott Cup winner with Alliance High School in 2013. Still only 23 years of age, and should he be disciplined enough, will be around for a long, long time. Conversion is direct between the sticks, ties up the scores. Current scores 14 all. The current scores 14 all. Both sides have scored 2 converted tries. And that is a foot race there, but eventually made safe by Nick Foster. But the pressure is still coming from the Spaniards. Philemon Olang finds himself in a bit of a Spanish inquisition there, Daniel Wahome.
Well, a Spanish Inquisition is not somebody anyone would want to have, but because the questions asked are about being heretic, but no breaking of the laws, as the Whalers try to gain territory forward. Make an penalty call against them, holding on when the tackle is made. And there we have Spain with another try. And it's now, it should be now 19 points for Spain. And the Whalers with 14.
We have 5 minutes. Play. For conversion? 2, yeah.
So the conversion is good, so Spain are on 21 and the Whalers are on 14.
Coming to 1 minute.
So Spain with a restart. Michael.
Oh, that looked like a hefty collision. The contest is fierce on the floor, but it is Spain who recover the ball and looking to ask more questions of the Red Whalers. That is beautiful, just cutting through the defense. Oh, beautiful recovery from Philemon Olang. Absolutely beautiful.
Scrum down here.
And just curbing a try-scoring opportunity.
Back is there. Back is there.
As Spain looked to add a fourth try.
Bind. Set. Step up, guys. Step up.
This is Lucas Opal. The hooter has sounded. Wow, this second half has flown. It has really been end-to-end stuff.
Back.
Handling error. That will probably be the last order of play. Yes, it is. 21-14 the full-time score. It is Spain registering their second win at the Safari Sevens. 21-14 at full-time. Remember, Spain scored 3 converted tries to the Red Whalers, 2 converted tries.
Thank you. Yes, we release the ball. Yes. Yes.
And coming up next is Uganda against Homeboys. A lot of familiarity between the two sides. Lining up for Homeboys, William Difu, Michael Nyakundi, Marco Ngayo, Maxwell Kangeri, Israel Soy, Colin Shikoli, Brian Naimba, son of Kenya Sevens legend Benjamin Naimba, Brian Juma, Victor Ochoro, Bush Mwale, Jean Remke, Zeden Maro, and Monate Akwe. While lining up for Uganda is Tofik Bagalana, Joel Papio Pio, Paulo Pilo, Kevin Kerumundu, Isaac Massa, David Semwami, Ochen Levis, Desire Ayera, Areno Forios, Joseph Aredo, Innocent Bokto, and Haruna Mohamed.
Well, it's always interesting to see second generation players, something like Brian Ayimba playing for him, Bush Mwale, a man who's played for the Kenya Sevens, and would like to see that. And let's also see what kind of magic probably that Max Kangeri may provide for these Homeboys side that he's playing today. For the Ugandans, Kanker Mundu, Mawasa, and Oforiworth provide that. Change of shots called on for the Ugandans because of the close calls. The referees have got to call each team based on their shirt colors. So the Ugandans have got to play with his white jersey.
But Daniel, this is going to be a commentator's nightmare because without the numbers on their backs and without knowing the players that well, it's going to take a lot of chancing to get through this game. But let's do it anyway.
We'll roll with them as the crowds continue building up. As the two teams now marching, Uganda in the white jerseys and Homeboys in the blue and yellow. The Cranes versus the DJs. The two teams have already made their way done, gone through their pre-match rituals, and all we're waiting for is key call.
So Uganda in their change strip of white and black. Homeboys RFC in their yellow strip with a touch of blue. But a number of players on. The Ugandan side have played in Kenya before. Joseph Aredo, the stint at Queens, and Cabra Sugar. Aaron Oforios plays his rugby at Aaron Oforiath plays his rugby at Kenya Harlequin. He is the man known as Double Black. This is Joe Aredo. Plays it through. And this is going to be the opening score. Is Uganda who
It
take the
is
lead.
try time, ladies and gentlemen. Uganda 5. Menengai Green Homeboys 0.
You got to love the the stadium announcers and the way they do their things and how they can just hold back just to deliver a message, taking the time. But the fact that Homeboys haven't scored and took just about 35 seconds to do that,
creating an element of suspense. As a conversion attempt sails wide, it remains 5-0.
Conversion wide.
Uganda now with the restart.
That's the man they call Double Black. Aaron Oforiath plays his rugby at Kenya Harlequin.
And that is knocked on Oforiath. He was trying, to steal the ball from Shikoli, but that didn't go his way. So it's a knock on. It's going to be a scrum for Homeboys.
The man with the ball there in shirt number 15, Brian Ayimba. The man who gave his father, Benjamin Ayimba, the name Baba Brayo for the longest time.
Unmistakable. Well, penalty going the way of Homeboys, and immediately on the run is Michael Nyakundi looking for space out wide, and the wheels coming through from Shikoli, but he stopped on his tracks, tried to make some headway. Ayimba. The ball now is Bush Mwale. He got some space, right to go the direct route, doesn't go his way.
This is Maxwell Kangeri.
Well, Max Kangeri breaking through that as the tackles are coming through on Nyakundi. They space out wide, and Colin Shikoli runs into the try area and scores right at the corner. And Homeboys 5, Uganda 5.
And that was a well-worked try from Homeboys, created from deep in their half, from the faces of play and the hard running of Maxwell Kangeri. Colin Shikoli eventually going over to tie up the scores. The kicking duties have been left with Michael Nyakundi. That looked like a well-weighted soccer cross that would have been met by a striker.
No headers don't count in rugby.
True indeed, and it did fall short of its target. The scores remain 5 apiece.
Nyakundi with the restart. And it's won by Oforiath. He's looking for space out wide. It's a short side, and there's enough space for it. The question is, can that tackle be made? And it's been made. Ball goes out of play. Homeboys trying to make that quick line out, but couldn't do it. So they've got to go back to where the assistant referee is and indicating that's where the line out is going to be. That was a great run coming in from Aredo. He had the space, but great defensive work coming in from Shikoli. Homeboys win that quite easily. They're inside their 22. Ayimba. Akwe has got the ball. Uganda trying to turn over the ball. Homeboys trying to break through the spaces that are there. Maxwell Kangeri finding some space and muscling his way past 2 defenders.
And you know, Daniel, my first thought when Maxwell Kangeri got the ball was that he's looking for someone to hit.
And they've got space out wide, and it's the wheels of Collins Shikoli. Shows the ball up, and it is another try for Homeboys. Homeboys giving a good account of themselves at this tournament, considering that Uganda, they are a team that have been knocking on the doors of the World Series. They've played several legs of past season, and considering that a national team.
In addition to being two-time African champions, playing at the Rugby World Cup in San Francisco in July, as well as playing at the Commonwealth Games as well since the year 2006.
Well, that conversion goes wide, so it's 10-5 in favor of Homeboys. Homeboys dominated the National 7 circuit, and that is how they qualified for the 2018 Safari Sevens. Kick out that straight into the Uganda 22, and Aredo trying to slice his way through. The tuck still able to make some yards, and Foriworth looking for a way to get the ball out, and that is stolen by Monate Akwe. And makes his walk to the end of the try area, and it's a hat-trick for Collins Shikoli. 15 points for Homeboys now. The conversion is good, and that takes Homeboys to 17-5, and it is half-time in this match that sees Homeboys leading 17 points to 5 against the Uganda Cranes.
Homeboys.
We're back for the second half. It is Homeboys leading Uganda by 17 points to 5. Colin Shikoli with a hat-trick. The Ugandans will be looking for a response. The Ugandans coached by Tomba Tonyango, former Kenya Sevens international. Played his rugby at Green Machine and Nondescript before making the move to Uganda. This is Aaron Ofurioth. Possession is turned over and in the hands of the man who scored a hat-trick. This is Brian Aimba with the offload. It was a bit shaky there, but eventually cleaned up. Bushmole with the pass. Inside pass once again from Kangeri, finds Bushmole. He avails the ball, and once again Kangeri, the battering ram of the team. He plays at inside center in the longer version of the game. Has been capped by the Kenya Simbas, but these are the Uganda Rugby Cranes asking questions of Homeboys. Will they be able to do something positive from this? They do have the momentum. Do they have the numbers out wide? They do. But looked a bit shaky. Going back into contact. Uganda with a two-man overlap. They elect not to use it. And for they have stretched the Homeboys defense and get those points on the board.
Uganda Cranes
17-10.
Ghana Cranes win their second try of this match, ladies and gentlemen. Bring the scores to the Menengai Green Homeboys. 17.
There's still the conversion that is to come.
Ghana Cranes 10.
Fort Worth has got to try and get the 2 points from 22 yards out. 22 meters rather. And that goes wide, so the scores remain at 17 points to 10.
The Kenya Rugby Union and the Safari Sevens committee would like to thank its partners, the wonderful corporates behind the 2018 Safari Sevens.
It's going to be a restart
Right here,
for the Cranes.
led by Brian
For Worth with the
Kenya,
duty.
official Kenya Sevens, Kenya Rugby partner, KBC, official brokers partner for the 2018 Safari Sevens. Rebel Games Alive on
Homeboys have
KBC,
taken that ball on the restart.
and also Facebook.
Bush Mwale
Samurai Sportswear,
sweeping that ball out
official Kenya Rugby team provider,
as they look for space out wide.
and also a participant in the 2018
Quick
Safari
1-2
Sevens.
passes, and Brian Ayimba making his way through as Homeboys hit the deck. With the ball, William Difu.
Isuzu,
And now it is with Israel Soy who's trying to make a charge forward. Homeboys get the ball.
official
Can they make use of the space that they've got out wide? And Homeboys get another try.
Mashpak Hotel, official tournament hotel, Senaka Security, the official security provider of the 2018 Safari Sevens. Resolution Insurance, official tournament insurance partner, Capital FM,
Well, looks like
the
it's called
official radio partner of the 2018 Safari Sevens. Ladies and gentlemen, the Nairobi Hospital, who are the official
Uganda stuck inside their 22-meter line, but there was an infringement, a high tackle that was called, so no advantage. So Uganda take a penalty, trying to move forward, and Akwe makes the tackle, and now it's cleared. It's with Ayera looking for some space to make, and that tackle is made by Maro. Homeboys turn over the ball, looking for the spaces out wide, and that pass not good, but goes out of play. It's going to be a line out for Uganda. Maro and Remka not connecting in that instance. Line out. It's going to be a line out for the Cranes. For Worth is the man who's got, with all the conversations, people come with all sorts of colors. They've got their favorite team jerseys on, and that's what they do. That's one stand that's out on the left side of our commentary position. And so the two teams get onto the pitch. Kenya Morans and Portugal. And you'll expect the cheer with flags waving all around the stadium as the two teams get onto it. Time for the action now. Portugal all huddled together as Kenya Sevens ready to do the usual 1-2 Kenya.
Wapi?
The man who's going to get the proceedings going is Mark Kumoy.
Kenya
10. Get 10. Get 10. Whenever you're ready.
And Eric Ombasa has got the ball, but that looks like, yes, the ball was passed forward, so it's going to be a scrum for Portugal.
Scrum here, Red Bull. Crouch. Point. Set.
Going to put it in for Portugal is Lourenço. Quickly swept out. And making the way forward is Marta. And for Lourenço again. They've got space out wide. And what a set of wheels that has been displayed by Vassallo, but he eventually loses the ball. Kenya win the ball. They turn over the ball and collect it now. It's collected out wide. It's with Eliakim Kichoi. That looked like the tackle was high. And look at Brian Wande. He's pushing down the Portuguese defenders. And it's swept away by Masi. Kwemoy. And out wide is Motari. He gets onto the ball and there's been a knock-on. 2 handling errors by Kenya so far in this game.
Mark is here. Crouch. Bind. Sit. Sit.
Time Kenya's Morans are 5-0 up, a break and 75 meters. That's how far he has run after Brian Wahinya got the ball inside the 22, was able to play it out, and massive with all that. The man with the duty of taking that conversion is Mark Kwemoy, and he makes it 7-0 for the Morans. And they will also have the restart.
Right up to that point, both teams a bit cagey, but now with the confidence, remember Kenya will be looking to add more points. Portugal, on the other hand, will need to get a response, and they want to get one immediately.
Mark Kwemoy goes to the center. He's the man who's going to get us back, going with the action. As he makes the call. Time had been stopped, so it's running back again. Kicks it straight, and it's picked by Granate. All out to Conceição. Looking for the space, they find it. Kwemoy with the tackle. Conceição with Marta, who evades one tackle, finds some space, and running down with the ball is Fernandez Hago, and he beats Wahinya for speed, and he scores a try. It's Portugal 5, Morans 7.
Portugal, ladies and gentlemen, respond with a try of their own. Kenya Morans 7, Portugal 5.
7-5 it is, and also remember, is also the conversion that they got to take. Going to take that conversion is Lorenko.
Conversion is wide.
Conversion goes wide, so it's 7-5. And Lorenko is going to get the action going again. Kenya win the ball at the restart. And that was a handling error by Kenya, and they've lost that ball. He really didn't expect it. Massey. He had the ball from that ball that came to him from Kichoi. So it's going to be a scrum for Portugal.
True indeed, and not only do they lose possession, they lose the momentum that they were beginning to build. And probably this just swings things the way of Portugal. We still have about 26 seconds to play in this half. It is a 2-point lead for the Morans over Portugal. There's a player down on the floor receiving attention from the medic. And the player is back up on his feet. It is Timothy Massey. Just not only did he not expect that ball, I think he also took a big hit that kind of winded him, but he is back and is part of the scrum down. The scrum put in from Lourenço, the Portuguese scrum half. This is hard running from the Portuguese, just looking to release Fabio Coneição. But the ball goes out to touch. Finely poised, that's 7-5.
Line of tunnel is there. Green this side. Green this side. Yeah, this side.
Speaking to the Portuguese coach yesterday, Antonio Aguilar, he did say that he is coming to Nairobi to compete and keep their eyes on the Robin Cahill Trophy. But as it so stands, it is Portugal asking questions of Shujaa, of Morans, looking more likely to score. The contest on the floor is a fair contest, and the penalty decision goes the way of the Morans. This is Mark Kwemoe. He has a very deceptive stride. Eliakim Kichoi unable to do much with that. The buzzer sounds, and probably this will be the last order of business in the first half. As we head into the final play from the line out.
Come in red, come into the line.
There's a Portuguese throw in.
Stay green.
They will be looking to get points on the board as we get into the break. This is Fabio Coneição. He has gas. He attempts to leave Sami Motari, who recovers well to stop his momentum. Does he take him out into touch? No, this is Mark Kwemoe. Loses the ball on the tackle, handling error. Moses Ndungu calls for halftime.
It's halftime and it's Morans 7, Portugal 5. The defending by each of the teams standing out. So it's now halftime. Kenya Morans always part of the teams that are introduced. For a long time, Kenya was Kenya, Shujaa was the second team side, but things changed as the name Shujaa starts with the Kenya 7th team. And now the upcoming side, always known as the Morans. Kenya always having two sides, always have had two sides at this competition.
Anything else? It's cool, right?
And making that impact now. Each of the teams getting their instructions. Abdul Ar giving the instructions to Portuguese charges, and the Kenyan charges getting the instructions from Paul Burunga and Kevin Wambua.
right head already got off. Alright, good to go, guys? Let's do this. Let's finish this.
Lots of pomp and color here at the RFUA grounds. Fans probably on their phones just communicating, urging others to come down to the RFUA ground on Gong Road and witness the rebirth of the Safari Sevens back at its home venue after an 8-year hiatus. Just catch a glimpse of the Spanish players and technical bench, some of the fans who have gathered here at the RFUEA ground. Remember, we do have teams from Spain, Portugal, Uganda, to name but a few. As we get ready for the second half, the restart is claimed by Timothy Massey. Does well to beat his defender. He was bold enough to go into contact. Keeps the ball alive. Sami Motari to Mark Kwemoy. This is Brian Wahinya. Brian Wandera elects to go route one. Eliakim Kichoya scrum half there. That is Eric Ombasa. Sami Motari was part of the Shujaa squad that won the Singapore Sevens in 2016. Timothy Massey, Eric Ombasa, once again finding the floor. He plays for the Menengai Oilers in Nakuru. Kwemoy, as the Kenyans just looking to split open the Portuguese defense. Eliakim Kichoy with the carry. He has a man there just covering behind him. This is Brian Wahinya, full of trickery. The inside pass to Eric Ombasa, doesn't look to have the gas and finds the floor. This has been a meaningful spell of possession for the Morans. Brian Wandera, former Kenya under-19 international, to Mwamba RFC captain Eliakim Kichoy, spots the gap and sprints. Does he get to the try line? Surely stopped close, Daniel Wahome.
Entry.
Oh, he was quite close, but you've got to give it to Fabio Constance, who's got the pace. But in the process,
Obstruction, eh? Obstruction.
Looks
Lot
like
10.
Mark Kwemoy made the try. No, looks like no try. He took the penalty so quickly. So
10.
And finally, Daniel Wahome.
So they've got to take that penalty again. So Mark Kwemoy probably wanted 5 points of his own.
Meanwhile, Daniel Wahome, the referee's parentage is being questioned by a section of the fans. But you know, nowadays you can do that with DNA testing and not rugby songs.
They're quite unhappy that he disallowed that try by Mark Kwemoy. And it's now picked up by Kichoy. As the tackle is made, the referee goes into his pocket. There's going to be a yellow card. And it goes to Eliakim Kichoy. Actually, not Kichoy. The Portuguese player has gotten that. And Wahinya with a try. So one for that high tackle. So the Morans now have got 12 points. Portugal have got 5. Manuel Marta going to the sin bin.
Say again, Julu.
Kwemoy is a man with the ball. He's going for that conversion. As the Portuguese players have to be all behind the kicker, and that has gone wayward. Kwemoy actually felt it the moment it left the boot.
How did he miss that? Because Kwemoy is usually a reliable kicker, and from such angles and distances, you'd expect him to get the 2 from there. Anyway, probably one of those days, but 12-5 is too close a gap for the Morans.
Kwemoy with a kick That's long and it goes out. So it's going to be a free kick for the Portuguese right at the
Head of
center.
kicker.
Well, those are 2 kicks that have gone wrong for him. Probably changed boots.
Probably changed halves as well.
Well, Portugal playing with 6 as Lourenço gets them going and immediately tackled with the ball now is Sorti. It's now with Hago and a big tackle coming from Munoko.
High tackle.
A high tackle called, so no penalty advantage. Lourenço with the ball. He's going to get Portugal going, trailing by 7 points. That's just a 1 converted try. No advantage, penalty. Actually, that's a knock-on by Kenya, so it's going to be a scrum to Portugal. 5 meters in.
Mark is it? Mark is here, gentlemen.
All the 3 men in our Portugal scrum. Hago,
Savina.
Caetano, and Trepa.
Sit. It's 9. Hold it.
Well, one dummy is installed, but the tackle is made. Kenya trying to turn the ball over. Portugal still have got the ball and holding on. That's a call that's been made by the referee.
Mark is it?
Kenya with a penalty. Paul Mutsami is the man who's got the ball, but
The mark is there.
Kwemoy has it. Looks like he wants to kick for territory.
Touch.
The kick is good, and they're just about 2 meters from the Portugal 22.
About 1 minute to go. Yeah.
It's going to be a line out for Kenya. Can they make use
Here.
of the big frame of Wandera to win this one?
So, 10.
There's Munoko and Mutsami too. So it's taken low and Kenya at the breakdown. Get the ball spreading wide. Kwemoy has it. He's got space and Motari has got to chase that ball back. That was passed to him by Onyala. Trying to gain ground is Motari. Kwemoy has got the ball, looking for options. Can he find space? Wahinya trying to get the ball back. Onyala is tackled. He goes a deck. Holding on by Kenya. Portugal trying the best they can, looking for that try that will change the face of this game. They're trailing by 7 points. That's a converted try. Can they find some to break through? And they're making the passes. Quite some clean offloads. The tackle is made. A little bit of hesitation. And holding on to the ball. It's a penalty to Kenya, and the hooter goes. Kenya get the ball. I think there's only one thing they would want to do. Kick it into touch.
Let's just hope that Mark Kwemoy gets his kicking accuracy right this time. And from his body language, he's definitely going to kick it out into touch. Rather cheeky from Mark Kwemoy, but
and yes, he does kick it into touch. And it's a final score of Portugal 5, Kenya Morans 12.
Thanks, Captain.
Portugal.
Captain.
coming up next is a match between Namibia and Mwamba RFC, who are runners-up at the Kenyan National 7th Circuit, played between the months of July and September. As you just saw, a confirmation of the full-time score, Morans 12, Portugal 7. The Portuguese players in their red and green strip, while Morans in their green and white.
And now it's Mwamba playing against Namibia. Mwamba will be fielding Steven Sikuta, Turo, George Omola, Oyuge, Namusasi, Inzuga Kiv, Sia Michael Kello, Kibi Watt, Chege Wamburu, and Felix Etieno. While Namibia will be fielding Peter James Diega, Emil Bok, Karumbe, Hilario, Aurelio, Hangula, Amute, Chisbra, Romanzo, Demoy, Stop, and Swart. Wamba, the team in black, basically the team that calls itself the Rock, and Namibia. Mwamba will get the proceedings going.
And finally, to kick off the match between Namibia and Mwamba. Elvis Namusasi with a kickoff.
Namibia get the ball and they move forward with Carlton finding the space out wide, breaking through that Mwamba defense is Amute. It's one in the air by Stoop. Looking for all the available spaces. It's a kick and chase, and that one is picked by Oyugi. Already one quick step. Oyugi with the ball. He's making the run forward. And the tackle is made. Oyugi with trying to pick up that offload. And it is a knock-on. It's going to be a scrum for Namibia. The referee calls for a stop in time. The referee calls time back on. Just by the looks of things, there might have been one player from the Namibian side who got hurt on the field of play. So Namibia get the ball now. With it is Chisbra. Cuts it back in. It's Brock. The tackle is made. Through the center, holding on to the ball and trying to move forward is Diega. The tackle is made. Mwamba with the turnover. Well, come through the side. Looking for spaces out wide. The tackle has to be made, and Namibia make that breakthrough, and they get the try. And the scorer is Lane Stoop. 5-0 to Namibia.
Remember, the last time Namibia were in Nairobi was in 2016 when they reached the final of the Africa Cup Men's Sevens, losing to Uganda in what was an exciting match. But as we can see on our screens, there is a Namibian player receiving medical attention. And of course, play will not continue until he is safely evacuated or deemed fit to continue. Looks a bit groggy, not too sure he's going to have any more business on the field of play. Conversion attempt is high, hanging, it's not accurate.
Goes short, so it stays 5-0, and they will now go down and do the restart. To restart for Namibia is Aurelio. We have got the ball, sending it out. It's with Aurelio. And out on that side was Chisbra with one big hit as at the breakdown that is there. And Mwamba got offside. Aurelio spreading the ball wide. It's now with Carlton as they down onto the deck. Playing sweeper is Chisbra looking for the open spaces. Can they score the try? And they do get the ball. And the man who's going to put the ball just beside the post for that try is Tuna Amute. So it's 10-0 to Namibia. And going for the conversion is John Andrew Aurelio. The conversion is good, and Namibia go 12-0 up against Mwamba.
Namibia looking for their first win of the tournament. They started their campaign with a 28-5 defeat against Apache. And they'll be closing their fixtures later this afternoon with a match against the home team and defending champions, Shujaa. The action is coming to you from the RFUA ground. This is the second day of the Safari Sevens. Yesterday we did have the women's under-19 action, and Daniel, it was very exciting. We did have the vets category later in the night, ended at about midnight. Some of us are still suffering, and we do have the men's competition now in session.
Well, some of us is a euphemism for me. It's trying to clean it up. Michael was playing, his body's still aching, but he's still able to keep talking. Looking for the open space, says, do they have the pace? Oh yes, and that's a slice through the defense by Joel Inzuga, and he scores the try for Mwamba. It's Namibia 12, Mwamba 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is Mwamba's first round of the 2018 Safari Sevens tournament. And a beautiful one. Taking the scores to Stanley Mwamba 5, Namibia 12.
Was cautious enough, stuck to it as he makes that walk back into his own half after scoring that try. Joel Inzuga. The attempted conversion goes wide from Elvis Namusasi. Well, Namusasi trying something cheeky, but it didn't work for him. And it's a kick and chase situation for Namibia. And how far will this go? Oh! Past the try area. It's going to be a 22 kick out. He had the advantage, was not able to pick it up. The quick Hilario Stay Carlton. So he had an opportunity to put Namibia ahead, but that didn't happen. It's halftime, and Namibia are leading Mwamba by 12 points to 5.
And the halftime score, ladies and gentlemen, Namibia 12, Stanley Mwamba 5.
You can see the Samurai side, the Ugandan side, the Red Whalers all taking opportunity to rest ahead of their third round of matches that will be played this afternoon. And that is from 4 o'clock. Remember that they been flown on the stands. They always have it there as a noise around this tournament. The second half about to kick off. All that's where you got the match officials, and that's the hooter that's being used to indicate transition in time. And Aurelio is going to get the second half going. Namibia kick long into the Mwamba 22, and that's picked up by Arturo. By Namibia. Penalty Namibia. They look for the space and trying to use the power. The man with the ball is Mote. It's now with Aurelio. Can they find the space? This will definitely be a try, but what a fumble by Bok. He had the try area all to himself, trying to receive the pass that was coming to him from Hangula. Knocked it on. And it's going to be a scrum for Mwamba. And that is at the 5-meter line. Well, Oyugi waiting for the call from the referee. With the Putin. And Mwamba now have got the ball. They're inside the try area. This could be dangerous for them. They've got to look for a way to get out. And Oyugi cleverly opting to kick out. And it's collected by Lindstup, who tries to break through the Mwamba defensive lines. Does not succeed. And Mwamba turned over the ball, but there was an infringement going round. So penalty Namibia. They take it quickly. Hangula looking for Aurelio. And a dummy has been sold by Giuliano Chisbra, who makes the try. And it is now Namibia 17, Mwamba 5.
Aya TV ngepitisha chini. Hebu pitisha chini ya zi? Chini ya ampi. Hivi. Ukiweka hivi unapata nikikimbia na hata wengine chini tu. Chini is easier.
So Aurelio with that conversion attempt, and it goes wide. So the scores remain at Namibia 17, Mwamba 5. So Namibia to restart. Man to do so is Aurelio. Aurelio with a long one, and it's missed. Mwamba do pick that ball back. There was a knock on, and it's going to go the way of Namibia. At the 22-meter line. As Oyugi comes off the field of play, and in for him comes Michael Kello. It's the substitution by Mwamba.
Mimi sijavuta, wewe ndio uliweka.
With the ball for Namibia, putting it in is Carlton. Release it to Aurelio. It's now with Amute. Can he find the space? It's with Carlton. Sends it back. Aurelio. With Loop. There is Bok, the big man. And flying and going past the Mwamba defense. Going around all the players. And making the try for Namibia. It's now 22-5. The scorer of that try, Paulus Hangula.
Baki pale ulichukulia hiyo radio next.
Circuit number 5.
Aurelio. The conversion attempt, and the conversion is good. So that's Namibia 24, Mwamba 5.
Msa ameniwekea ni kama hii kitu. Sio ndo mimi nitaiweka. Haya bana. Hii ni kubwa sana. Hai.
Cha amefika. Uko kwa checkpoint huko ya kwanza.
The kick out by Namibia, and it's Mwamba who've got the ball. There was a knock on, so they've got the advantage. The referee has played the advantage. Looking for the space, looking for a way to move forward, and the tackle is made by Paulus. Can they go out wide? With the ball now is Cheriot Kibiwot. He pushes him down. He's able to hold on to it. Has it been tapped? There was a knock-on by Mwamba as they attempted to get into that Namibia 5-meter line. And so that try, any attempt at that try will not work. It's going to be a scrum for the Namibian side.
Imefika after. Nakuja.
Scrum for Namibia. Hilario Carlton puts it in. It's stolen by Mwamba. What's the referee's call? The referee. The try does stand. 22-10. The referee says, the referee calls back. It's a penalty for Namibia, an infringement at the scrum. So it stays at Namibia 24, Mwamba 5. That is kicked for touch, goes just past the 22-meter line. As the hooter goes to indicate that we shall be getting into the final phase of play. Mwamba do win the ball. The tackle is made. Looking for a way to get some more of their scores. Is made. Holding onto the ball. They've been asked tackler release. That's a call made by the referee. So Namibia still have got the ball and trying to make their way forward into the final phase of play. Bok has got the ball. Ruck is formed. An infringement and a penalty. And a scrum has got to be. The scratch happened, and that means ball goes the way of Mwamba. And Charles Chege is the man who's got the ball. He's going to be taking that. Actually, a scrum has been called. The referee calls for a scrum. Goes and makes the mark at the 22, Namibia's 22-meter line. Mwamba to put it in. Float it out wide. Looking for options. And a knock-on coming in. And it means that the final score in this match is Namibia 24, Mwamba 5. Mwamba having lost 2 matches in a row. It means that the match they play against Apache will be so critical because the bottom place sides, the four teams that finish, as far as the ranking is concerned, that finish at the bottom are ones that will play in the Challenge Trophy. And now it's time for the noise. The noise is just about to go a notch higher.
Indeed, it's the host sides and defending champions Shuja up against the Apache Sevens, an invitational touring side from the UK. And turning up for Apache is Tim Pierce, Ryan Long, Dylan Teasdale, Hamish James, Sam Poynton, Benji Manning, Anthony Jackson, Louis Danili, Josh Cassell, Noah Sixton, Alex Harris, Richard Sidindi, and James Boyd Moss. Lining up for Shuja, Herman Humwa, Alvin Otieno, Harold Andubate, Eden Agero, the captain, Johnston Olindi, Daniel Tabu, Mark Wandeto, Charles Omondi, Dennis Ombachi, Michael Wanjala, Cyprian Kuto, and Leonard Mugaisi. As we just catch the crowd here at the RFUEA, just settling into the motions, eagerly awaiting the match between the defending champions. It is Eden Agero, the captain, in shirt number 4, bracing to get this match underway. This match will be officiated by World Rugby Level 3 accredited match official Victor Odor. He is the man in pink, and he is following the ball as it is contested for in the air. It is the players from Apache who secure it, looking to build up something. Apache started this competition with a 28-5 win over Namibia before looking to post this result against Shuja. Current scores 0-0. We're barely seconds into the first half. Once again, Apache just looking to attack from deep within their territory, but Daniel Tabu is not allowing his opponent any breathing space, but they do well to keep it alive, penetrating through the Shuja defense. Herman Humwa with the tackle to just break the momentum for a minute. The kick over straight into the face. That must be painful. Into the face of Charles Omondi. He is down. You wouldn't want to be hit by an inflated rugby ball straight in your face. Eden Agero with the kick over the defense and the pop to the Lord, Leonard Mugaisi. His hands were probably too strong and it pops out into touch. Line out throw for Apache, quickly taken. Another handling error there. Johnston Olindi not looking too happy with himself. Shuja probably coming into this match with a lot of nerves. They did start the competition with a comprehensive 53-0 win over Mwamba. But this is a different proposition so far.
Bind. Set.
As Victor Odor keenly monitors the line out. Apache Again under pressure, delivering that ball under pressure. The ball is loose. Can this be the opening salvo? Daniel Tabu, no problem. He goes over the chalk. 5-0 to the excitement of the crowd here at the RFUA.
Taking the scores to Kenya 5, Apache 0. Johnston Olindi converts.
The conversion is good from Johnston Olindi. 7-0. Shujaa leading against Apache. Johnston Olindi plays his rugby at Homeboys RFC, the National Club Sevens champions. Daniel Tabu, the man who scored that try, was the most valuable player during the 2018 National Sevens circuit. He plays for Mwamba RFC. That is Tabu again. Dancing feet from from the dancer, Daniel Tabu. Advantage is with Shujaa. Leonard Mugaisi looking to act as scrum half. Quickly taken penalty. Remember, Apache are not 10, so they can't really do much until they are the requisite 10. Eden Agero with the offload. This is Frank Humwa. He's not going to pass that ball. He's going to pass his defender. He's going to score the try.
Now, once there's a tackler, you have to release. To release as well, okay? Apache. Move, clear.
So about 1 minute 45 seconds left. Tries from Daniel Tabu and Herman Humwa. See Shujaa leading Apache by 12 points to 0. Johnston Olindi's conversion attempt is unsuccessful. And what a breakout season Olindi has had, from winning the Enterprise Cup with Homeboys a few months ago to being part of the Kenyan representative Sevens teams, in with a looking for the 2018-2019 Sevens World Series, which kicks off in November with the Dubai Sevens in the United Arab Emirates.
Back. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Remember, the action is coming to you on KBC Channel 1. And this is Olindi to Leonard Mugaisi, the man who has been described by rugby fans as a legend of sorts. Alvin Otieno. That was a strong tackle, but the hard running from Bufa, Alvin Otieno. The third try for Shujaa takes the scores to 17-0. And it has been a storming start from Shujaa to this half, almost feeling like a stroll in the park, as we see fans continue to make their way down to the RFUA ground. Conversion is successful from way out. Daniel Tabu making no mistake. 17-0. That is Eden Agero with the restart. Is tapped back. Tabu initially had trouble fielding that ball, but he looks to attack the space. Olindi caught up in a spot of bother. Agero plays it out wide to the try scorer Herman Humwa, who passed it on to his fellow try scorer. This is Eden Agero with a cheeky chip over the Apache defense. Doesn't matter. That is the last order of business for the half. Shujaa taking a 17-0 lead into the interval. Should they maintain this momentum and register a second successive win, they will be through to And we're back for the second half. Shujaa leading by 19 points to 0. Daniel Tabu aced that conversion at the stroke of halftime. Charles Omondi having it rough this afternoon. A few moments ago he was hit by a fully inflated ball coming to him at full velocity. Just saw him knocked out and just getting more attention from the Shujaa physio, Lamek Bogonko. Johnson Olindi, Daniel Tabu, that pass was rather heavy from Johnson Olindi, but you could see the intention there.
Coach, bind, set. Fast arriving player.
Apache have really struggled to get anything going for them. They went into contact and it was turned over by Shujaa. The pass from Eden Aguero, not the best. Alvin Otieno under pressure does well to field that ball that looked like a high tackle. Alvin Otieno is down. And we're probably going to see a yellow card. We're probably going to see definitely.
That wasn't me, the high tackle.
The Apache player is going to be sent to the sin bin for 2 minutes. And it is the man in shirt number 14, Sam Poynton. And one interesting feature about Alvin Otieno is his haircut. Now, back in the days, there used to be a hairstyle called slopes. So I'm just wondering, Daniel Wahome, who is still with me in the commentary booth, is that what you'd call the reverse slope since it's at the back of the head? Meanwhile, Leonard Mugaisi excites the crowds. A try has been scored by Leonard Mugaisi. No, a try has been scored by Johnston Olindi, created by Leonard the Lord Mugaisi.
Oh, look, guys just made it down. And It's now 24, and the conversion is good also. So it's 24-0 for Kenya against Apache. While talking about the hairstyles, I don't know what I would call it. It looks like some incomplete pushback, if there is anything like that.
Well, I'll just keep my hair, or what's left of it, closely shaved. From the restart. Once again, Shujaa turning over possession. Olindi, the try scorer. That was Daniel Tabu with the ball out wide to Mark Wandeto, top try scorer during the 2018 National 7th Circuit. He does have pace to burn. This is Olindi just looking to have a good old time. You feel at this moment of the game, Shujaa are showboating, 26-0 up. And this is Harold Anduvate, one of the revelations of the 2017 National 7th Circuit. He goes over the board for yet another try, 31-0. The crowd here at the RFUA ground is excited. The crowd is getting happier by the day. Former Kenya under-20 international. Johnson Olindi with the conversion, 33-0. Their current scores 33-0. You just feel that this match is done and dusted for Shujaa. Richard Sidindi plays his club rugby for Impala. Former national 7th circuit champions. Richard Sidindi started his rugby at Kisumu RFC.
Takla.
And the ball claimed there once again.
Give me the mark.
A bit of argy-bargy there between Mark Wandeto and the Apache player.
Mark.
And it is a free kick for Apache, but not to the satisfaction of referee Victor Odur.
There's like 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
He actually calls for a scrum down. Just feel the Apache players were being cheeky, trying to interpret the referee's decisions as best or as easily as they could.
Set.
Richard Sidindi. He is a little terrier, Richard Sidindi. Kind of player who can electrify a match whenever he shows up. The first step, but only into players who know him a bit too well, in Michael Wanjala and Dennis Ombachi.
Let's send it out. Get nice and tight. Get fucking tight. Come on.
Time continues to tick. We still have about 14 seconds to play in this match. Shujaa running away with this one, 33-0, and they are deep in Apache territory.
Stability.
Pin them down to their own half, actually in their own 22. Sidindi just looks to play his side out of danger.
Let's go up to him.
Anduvate not looking to allow it. You can see what Shujaa are doing. Rushing
Fast
up
forward.
that defense.
Second knock on.
And forcing Apache into errors. Time on the ticker is up. The hooter should be sounding any moment from now.
Come on. Touch. Bind. Set.
This is Eden Aguero. Cyprian Kuto, the man they call Manguvu Man, and a show of strength. He's a lively character on the pitch and off the pitch. And he touches down to make it 38-0. Eden Aguero is going to come through with the extras any moment from now. He makes it 40-0, and that is it. And Daniel Wahome, just looking at the numbers from Shujaa this afternoon, they put 53 past, I was going to say 53 plus Mwamba, but they put 53 past Mwamba, and then now 40 past Apache. They're on 93 points after 2 rounds of action, going into the last round of action in the preliminary stage of the Safari Sevens.
Well, Shujaa were always turning out to be the favorite team coming into this tournament. Teams like Spain and Portugal being tipped to offer the competition. So for Shujaa, making their presence felt, they're the defending champions, and everyone expects them to outperform anyone who is going to come their way.
Say a word, say a prayer, and remember the Kenya Simbas as they take on Canada.
And that is
tomorrow.
The action coming to you live at the Rugby Football of Union of East Africa grounds here in Nairobi. Safari Sevens main tournament starting earlier on today. Action all over since morning to now. The weather, many would argue not so good, not so bad, but it depends which side of your bread is buttered. Good afternoon and welcome. My name is Amfa Pidi, taking you through the paces. Now I'm joined by great players representing their countries in terms of taking part into this tournament. I'll quickly start with the players from Spain who are here with us. They've come to the country. They are part of this tournament. I just want to get a feel. How has it been? First of all, kindly introduce yourself.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Ignacio, and I'm the captain of Spain. And well, we have played 2 games today, and it went pretty good. We won both of them. But now we are playing against Samurai. It's going to be a very tough game. And well, we're really looking forward to it. And let's see how it goes.
What do you make of the tournament so far? Are you okay? Are you happy?
Yeah, we're really happy. I think we are. Everyone is very kindly with us. Everyone is happy. Everyone is dancing. Everyone is. I don't know. It's great. It's a great tournament.
Thank you very much. Probably I can get a comment from you. Kindly introduce yourself.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Mario. Today's been a fantastic day. We've been playing rugby all this morning and enjoying it. Now we're playing in Samurai. It's going to be a tough game, but we're going to try to win to be at the top of the group so we can go forward to the playoffs.
We wish you all the best and thank you very much, and I hope you're enjoying the Kenyan hospitality. Well, now from Portugal, remember all this is happening. Invited teams. Portugal played 2 games, won 1. They lost their previous match that they just played against Kenya's Morans. Let's just get a comment. Kindly introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Thiago Fernandes. I'm the Portuguese captain, and I'm having such a great moment here in Nairobi. The people are very kind, and the tournament has the greatest conditions. I played 3 years ago in Safaricom Stadium, and this one is really great ambience, and the people are very excited with this game. We lost against Kenya in the last matches, against the Mailers?
Yes,
Morans. Yes. Against the Kenyan Morans, and now we have a difficult game against Uganda. We are trying to qualify us to the cup, and we must win that game against Uganda. It will be very hard.
Fantastic, Fernandes. Thank you very much. We wish you all the best, and I hope you're not injured.
No, I'm not. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and most welcome. Remember, it's happening here live at the Rugby Football Union of East Africa grounds here along Gong Road in Nairobi. The match that's currently going on is the ladies, senior ladies, where Uganda, the main Uganda team, taking on the juniors. Let's enjoy that. Then immediately after that game comes Kenya Lionesses taking on a Kenya Club Select. Let's enjoy. It's Rugby Galore. Remember, it's live on KBC Channel 1. Wahome, over to you.
That is a try for the leading Cranes.
Clear.
Well, the Imagine Cranes
Hey.
in all black with a hint of red and yellow, while the Lady Cranes dressed in predominantly red jersey and black shorts. Conversion attempt sails wide. Conversion was attempted by Rita Nadunya.
Hey, behind.
And from the restart,
Not going
all is open there. Imagine Cranes looking to get something on the board.
Tackler. Knock on. Scrum down.
This match, rather start-stop, is the Lady Cranes leading by 5 points to 0. Remember, if you're joining us, this is day 2 of the 2018 Safari Sevens, coming to you from the RFA ground. Yesterday we did have action in the women's under-18 competition, under-19 competition. It was won by Hidden Talent Academy, who defeated Huruma. And as we're speaking, a storming run coming through. The continuity is good from the Lady Cranes. Desperate defense coming through from the Emerging Cranes. The set of players seem to know each other well. Just exploiting the weaknesses as a player in shirt number 12, Immaculate Mufua. And she spots the gap, takes it, scores the try. Taking the scores to 10-0 with the conversion to come.
Wanted to ask if you are satisfied.
The Lady Cranes will yet another try. The conversion attempt is upright. Scores Lady Cranes 10, the Imagine Cranes 0.
Current scores 10-0 in favor of the Lady Cranes. The restart is deep, but it is claimed by the Emerging Cranes. That's a playing shot number 14, Diana Kwagala.
Scrum down. Crouch.
The Kenyan Rugby Union and the organizing committee
Bind.
2018.
Set. Hold it. Hey, hold it there.
We'd like to thank each partners led by Brand Kenya.
The Lady Cranes dominating this encounter.
For the 2018
So, mark here.
rugby calendar.
Mark here.
Nairobi City County.
Enjoying
official
more
host
of
county.
Hey, guys. Hey. Hey. Ladies,
possession and territory.
Official shot partner
Tanyan is here. Tanyan, Tanyan. Back 10.
Remember, rugby in Eastern Africa, in Kenya and Uganda, has grown to the extent where we do have the age grade and women's rugby as well. Indeed, Kenya and Uganda, great rivals and friends when it comes to rugby. They're fed off each other, and Immaculate Mufua is going to race clear for her brace. No, she is stopped agonizingly close of the try line.
Official tournament insurance partner. Seneca. Official security provider.
Eventually, the try has been scored.
Mashpa. The official tournament hotel. Bearing Emilio Cab. The official e-hailing partners.
Hey, clear.
Dasani. Official Isuzu. Official transport partner of Kenyan Rugby.
Once again, the conversion falls short. Current score 15-0 as the first half draws to a close moments from now.
Official alcoholic beverage partner. Tusker.
Chakla, roll away. Chakla, hey, Sarak,
The
Sarak.
buzzer has sounded for halftime. The Lady Cranes leading by 15 points to 0. They've scored 3 unconverted tries.
Chakla, hey, get.
And having the better of the Emerging Cranes. The offload was good, but there was nobody to follow up. The referee goes back to the spot of the initial infringement. It is a penalty advantage to the Emerging Cranes.
Chakla, hey.
This is Flavia Agenoroth. There's a lot of banter coming in from the fans in the stands. Quite lively. All the more reason that you should come down to the RFUA. But not to digress. Flavia Agenoroth goes over for the 4th try. 20-0 as we go into halftime. Remember, the scores are 20-0.
I'm used to be there.
And that is now 22-0, the scores at halftime. Conversion was successful.
Asmolo.
We call the official sponsor of Kenya Rugby 17 with host of brands including Planet, which is a fruit-flavored carbonated drink available in 3 exciting flavors: orange, mixed berries, and passion pineapple. The drink is not just a soda, it's a representation of a lifestyle and perspective. Get yourself one for only 30 shillings in the village. Planet Nitestiako. Golden Fry is pure vegetable oil that enhances your food flavor, and it is fortified with vitamin A and D. It has no cholesterol Good Times, Good Food, and Beatco.
And we're back for the second half. It is the emerging Cranes in the all-black strip with a hint of orange taking on the Lady Cranes, who lead this tie by 22 points to 0. Still have 7 minutes to play in the second half. That's a strong run from Grace Auma. She's going to go all the way. She keeps it alive for the player in shirt number 1, Aisha Nakitio, long-serving member of the Lady Cranes.
Makia. Hey, button. Hey, 10. 10 meters. 10. Final part of the lineup, go 10. 10. Go 10. Hey, hurry up. Hurry up, go 10.
The Lady Cranes have dominated this match from start to stop. They put in 4 tries over the emerging Cranes. Still do have about 5 minutes and 13 seconds to play in the second half.
Sees the Kenya Club Select taking on the Kenya Lionesses, who are Dubai.
Advantage.
When the Dubai Sevens kicks off, using the Safari Sevens 2018 as preparation for the first leg of the HSBC 7 in Dubai. Kenya Lionesses coached by Kevin Wambua will be playing against Felix.
Blood or just
Kenya Club
how
Select.
they have substitute. Okay.
The tackle was no good. Is a tip tackle? Is a penalty?
Against?
Against red.
Red, okay. So captain red. Captain. Captain.
There is a break in play as an emerging
There was a
Cranes
tip tackle.
player receives attention from the
There was a
medics.
tip tackle. It's a penalty against 2. You have to go 10.
She seems
Last
to
one,
have
okay?
gone down awkwardly, and there is a team attending to her. And as that happens, there are 2 players coming on for the Lady Cranes, for the emerging Cranes.
Just be.
That is Comfort Angaika
Marat, just be.
and Angela Nanyonjo. Let's just catch a glimpse of the fans here enjoying themselves. Just looking to have a good old time at the Safari Sevens. Tournament that was first played in 1996 at this venue, and it did continue at this venue until the year 2010 before the move to the Nyayo National Stadium in 2011 and 2012. It then went to Kasarani. In our picture there we can see the emerging Cranes player being carried off the pitch, and all we can say is that we wish her a speedy recovery and look forward to seeing her staying committed to playing the game of rugby. She is in the capable hands of the team and tournament medics.
Scrum.
And we do hope that she'll be good to go once she recovers.
Crouch. Bind. Hey, five. Bind, crouch. Bind. Set. Hold it there.
And play has resumed. The Lady Cranes looking to pick up from where they left off. 3 minutes, 15 seconds to play in this half.
Hey, she's down. Advantage knock on.
Yeah, so I've sent McKenna to go and stop the match. Yeah, McKenna is good.
Advantage. Scrum. Scrum. Crouch. Bind. Set. Hold it.
Scores remain 22-0. This looks like a storming run from Asha Nakito. She's going to go over for her second try of the game. And yes, she does. 27-0.
Racing clear of everybody on the pitch. Landing a single goal strike. Taking scores to Lady Cranes 27. Emerging Cranes.
Conversion is good, 29-0. We do have about a minute and a half left in this game. The next match will be a match between the Kenya Lionesses and the Kenyan Club Select. Kenya Lionesses are the African champions. And will be looking to fine-tune themselves ahead of the Dubai Sevens, where they'll play in the Women's Sevens World Series leg that takes place in the United Arab Emirates. That is later on this month, about 20 days from now.
She's down. Hey, back. Hey, back, Tim. Back.
As the action continues on the pitch, there's a lot of activity on the sidelines. There's a group of fans just engaged in song and banter. But there we do catch them. It's exciting and a lot more reasons why you should come back to the RFUA grounds. And as we watch that, the Lady Cranes showing no mercy to their younger sisters, the emerging Cranes.
That tackle wasn't good.
Okay, now, what did you see me? I saw a knock on, but
Go back to
Oh yeah. I saw.
the try scored by Trusty Angeo takes the scores with 34-0. But back to the action on the stands. When was the last time you heard the song, or actually sang the song "Row Your Boat"?
The next game, ladies and gentlemen, is a local derby between the Kenya Lionesses.
Coming up next is a match between the Kenya Lionesses and the Kenya Club Select. As this match ends 34-0 in favor of the Emerging Cranes.
Emerging Cranes, 0.
As mentioned earlier, is a match between the Kenya Club Select and the Kenya Lionesses. After which we will go into the final round of 6 matches, starting with the match between Red Whalers and Emerging Uganda, Spain versus Samurai, Morans versus Menengai Cream Homeboys, Portugal versus Uganda, Apache versus Stanbic Mwamba, and the showstopper, the home side Shuja, playing against Namibia. Remember, this is the action coming to you from the RFUA grounds on KBC. This is the 2018 Safari Sevens. You can also join in the social media conversations using the hashtag Safari Sevens. Let's catch a glimpse of both teams being led by the players coming out onto the field of play.
Ladies and gentlemen, to make their way to the center of the beach, the ladies in red, the Kenya Lionesses, and in green, ladies and gentlemen, the Kenya Club Select. The ladies taking on the Kenya Lionesses in the last round of the games. The ladies category, Safari Sevens 2018. Hawa pia ni kama wako tizi.
Lining up for the Kenya Lionesses, Janet Okelo, Sheila Chajira, Philadelphia Orlando, the captain, Cynthia Camila, Stella Wafula, Ann Goreta, Christabel Lindo, Snyder Aura, Sophia Ayeta, Sarah Oluche, Grace Adhiambo, Diana Wino, and Monica Mweni. And our picture there is Sheila Chajira with the offload to Grace Adhiambo. And Grace Adhiambo races clear to score the game's opening try, after the hard work had been done by Sheila Chajira. Lining up for the Kenya Club Select is Nancy Osore, Michelle Akinyi, Winnie Awino, Enid Auma, Faith Keino, Faith Marindani, the captain, Lorena Koth, Veronica Wanjiku, Maureen Njoki, Fresha Awino, Stacy Atieno, and Doricas Snyder.
Grace misses our conversion. Given the scores of Kenya Lionesses 5, Kenya Club Select 0.
The conversion sailed wide and the scores remain 5-0 in favor of the Lionesses. And what a year it has been for this side, coached by Kevin Wambua. They started with the World Series qualifiers in Hong Kong. They came agonizingly close to reaching the final, where they would have been in contention for a permanent place on the World Series for the 2018-2019 season. But they did launch a series of positive results, starting with a win over South Africa, their perennial continental rivals. They then matched that with another win. And this was one of the destroyers of South Africa. Snyder Aura goes over for the try. And a bit of excitement and celebration from Snyder Aura.
As Snyder goes over to get Kenya Lionesses' second try. Taking the scores to Kenya Lionesses 10, Kenya Club Select 0.
Conversion attempt sails wide, and that was Grace Adhiambo missing the conversion. Scores remain 10-0 in favor of the Kenya Lionesses. Center referee is Noreen Liosi, product of Nakuru RFC. As the numbers continue to trickle into the RFUEA ground. Beautiful take there from the Kenya Club Select. Has been a bit start-stop. Sheila Chajira just dispossessing her opponent. She looks to force the turnover, but instead Noreen Liosi flags an infringement. And this is something positive coming through from Kenya Club Select. The ball is stolen by Philadelphia Orlando, but her channels had been closed down. Cynthia Camila plays it back to Phila Orlando. Sheila Chajira just turns on the afterburners to make it 15-0 with a conversion to come. Daniel Ohome. The action has been exciting so far in the women's competition. And we are looking forward to the clash between the Lady Cranes and the Kenya Lionesses later.
Well, with the Kenya Lioness having taken this lead 15-0 with 1 minute 33 to go. The conversion is good. So it's now 17-0 for the Kenya Lioness. And Grace with the restart. Two Kenyan sides. The players, teammates at club level. It's rolled out by Michelle Akinyi, punted forward. It's collected out by Grace Adhiambo on the tackle. The Select trying to get advantage of it. And the ball is now with Monica Mweni, and out wide with space. It's Naida Aura who's making a run, but she just loses the ball out. And having to backtrack and kill that ball is Lorena Koth. The referee calls play back. The advantage did not happen. There was a proper use of the advantage. And from that knock-on, as the hooter goes to indicate half-time, the scrum will have to be taken. And it's taken by the emerging Lioness for a kick and chase. Grace Diambo holding on to it. Aura with the ball, and it's taken out. It's now Sarah Oluche who breaks through the Kenya Club Select defense, and this is going to be 22 points for the Lioness.
Try time, Kenya Lionesses.
Another try for the Kenya Lioness, and she is going to make that conversion attempt.
The Kenya Club Select 0.
The conversion is good, and it's 24 for Kenya Lioness, and Kenya Club Select 0 at halftime.
Kenya Lionesses 24. Kenya Club Select 0.
Kevin Wambua, the man in charge of the Kenya Lioness. And now he's got more duties at his level. That's the Kenya Club Select side getting their halftime pep talk before they get back onto the field of play, switching sides. There's going to be a final tomorrow because this is a round robin format competition. So the final tomorrow will involve Kenya Lioness and the Lady Cranes. I wouldn't mind that set of sunglasses. Quite reflects very well. And football clubs on display at a rugby competition. Time for the restart. Grace Odiamo to get the Lioness going in the second half. 2 knock-ons. Open play allowed. Lioness have the ball at the breakdown. Philadelphia Orlando looking for Cynthia Camila. Out wide. It's with Oluche. Looking for Janet Akello, the one they call Shebesh, and she breaks through that defense. And look at the pace. And it is another try for the Kenya Lioness. The nickname she goes by is Shebesh. Think of a hot knife going through butter, and that is what you get.
Kenya Club Select.
And going to take that conversion is Sarah Oluche. The conversion is good, and it's 31 for the Lioness, 0 for the Club Select. And 3 changes are ringed immediately by Kevin Wambua. Christabel Lindo is amongst the players who've come in. Stella Wafula and Sophia Ayeta. Kick out is there. 10 for the Club Select is Lorena Korth. Going out wide, that's the captain. It's Lorena Korth now, getting tackled by Okello. And they've got space out wide and pushed out of play. So it's going to be a line out for the Lioness, as we've got a player who's injured. So one player on the ground receiving treatment. Looks like it's Marianne Shu went aground after a tackle. So there's also a stoppage on the clock. The medics being called in. Maureen Jockey is a player who got hurt, and so she's got to be helped out of the field of play. Kenya Club Select having to defend. And the afterburners have been open, and the player with the ball is Sarah Oluche, and she scores the try. It's now 36 for Kenya Lioness, 0 for the Kenya Club Select. More changes being ringed in as play continues.
Kenya Club Select 0. Ladies and gentlemen.
And she converts her own try, and it's 38-0 for Kenya Lioness. Midway through this half. Ann Goreta coming in for in place of Janet Okello. And to get us going again is Grace Athiambo. The kick out is straight, like that, inside the 22 by the Club Select. This is basically an emerging group of Kenya Lionesses. Going out wide and coming in through the wrong side. So it's going to be a penalty for the Lioness. With the ball now is Grace Adhiambo. Takes the scratch, looking for options. And the first person she picks out is Ann Goreta, who's coming to play for the final 3 minutes. Oluche picks up the ball, and it's now with Ayeta, who's trying to beat the defense. 3 players happen to get to bring her down. It's a breakdown for Kenya, and already there is an infringement, and it's going to be a penalty right on the 22-meter line for the Kenya Club Select. That ball is knocked on. Lioness have got the ball, so advantage being played. Do they hold it? Yes. It continues, and the after are open. A quick show of pace, and one dummy, and the try is scored by Stella Wafula. So that is 43 points for the Kenya Lioness. 43-0. Grace Ambo is walking with the ball, getting ready to make the conversion.
The receiving end of players coming in.
Can Grace Odhiambo convert this? But that one goes wide. So the scores stand at 43-0. And the restart for Kenya. Grace, yeah. You can look at the Kenya Club Select.
Kenya Lionesses 43. Kenya Club Select 0.
Or looking at how they've set themselves up, you can see that field is spread out. Kick out is there, knocked on at the reception. So can the Lioness take advantage of it? But there is a knock on, so the referee calls back play. It's going to be a scrum for the Lioness. And the players in that scrum, Stella Wafula, Christabel Lindo, and Sophia Yeta, as the hooter goes to indicate that the clock has run down. We're looking at the final phase of play in this 6th match of the women's competition at the 2018 Safari Sevens. Oluche, and she finds Goreta out wide. Goreta is tackled with the offload to Oluche, trying to look for space as the clock counts down. Lioness have the ball that bounces awkwardly, but she holds on to it, avoiding the knock on. She dropped it. And the scratch, a quick scratch, trying to take the penalty quickly, but that does not apply for them. So they've got to retake it. Out wide, Kenya Club Select tried to go, and a great show of power being given by Fresha Awino. And the tackle is made. Club Select going out wide, and it's now with Maureen Jockey. And the tackle is made. She's holding on to the ball, but eventually it's released, trying to get the turnover. And yes, it does happen for the Lioness. Again, penalty infringement. They've got to tackler has got to release, and trying to take the direct route. She goes aground, goes back up, still being held. Strong defense coming in from the Club Select. Oluche has got space out wide, and a little show of pace coming through from Ann Goreta, and she scores another try for the Kenya Lioness to make the scores 48-0.
Kenya Lionesses 48, Kenya Club Select 0.
48-0. That's the final play from that as we wait for this conversion to be taken.
For the 2018 Safari Sevens, if you're just joining us, we are into the
3 minutes from now
and we now move into the last round.
will be the last round of matches for the men.
The men's category.
Takes the conversion, it's good, and 50 points for Kenya Lioness. So the final score is 50-0 as we see Ann Goreta making
Well, as I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, we now move into the
make
last
that try.
round of matches for the
50-0
men's category.
is the final score.
And this is the respective
There as the
order
teams
for the
make
last round of matches.
their way
Red Whalers
out of
will
the
be
pitch.
taking on
The next round of matches now to be played.
Spain will be up against the flashy Samurai.
It's going to be
Kenya Moran
just over 2
will be
hours
up against the men
and 15 minutes
boys.
of fast action.
The local derby, ladies and gentlemen, right
The Red
there.
Whalers playing against Uganda in the next match. That's going to kick off in just about 3 minutes time.
Apache will be up against Stanbic Nomba. And to finish off the day, before we open up the charade, Kenya Shujaa will be taking on Namibia.
There are the Lionesses and the rest of the crew making their way out. And you can see the camaraderie all make their way out. And now it's time for the men's competition to resume. As you see a bunch of some of the noisy crowd that's at the stands. That is where all the crazy rugby fans will be found. It's Red Whalers against Emerging Uganda. That's the next game, and it's the third full face match. There are the two teams, Uganda on your left, the Red Whalers on your right. For Emerging Uganda, they've got Baiga, Seguya, Otema, Kato, Emanzi, Haida, Wako, Nkore, Alul, Etwa Ufaraja, Kenya. As more pictures of that crowd as the teams make their run onto the pitch. And for the Red Whalers, they've got Runol, Foster, Bell, Olang, Olaba, Marshall, Mayar, Makumi, Kyoga, Opal, Woodhead, and Lago. That's the Red Whaler side, all huddled together. It's a composition of players from Kenya and also from outside the country. Think of people like Benjamin Marshall, Lamon, Olan, Gideon Makumi, and some other. And we've got the Emerging Uganda side. Uganda having sent 4 teams to this competition.
This is for the Feel Good Kenya Harlequins membership. Ladies and gentlemen, the
So, the Red Whalers, that is Makumi trying to find some space, and the ball is now with Derek Keoga. And the ball is turned over by Uganda. They pick it, and
also, ladies and gentlemen, in that breath, the oldest player to ever take
try
the
to
Kenyan pitch,
make their way through, hit the deck. Uganda trying to break through. That looked like it was going to be a high tackle, but now they've got the ball with Seguya trying to go through the short side, but the tackle is made. Uganda looking at how they can break through the defense of the Whalers. That has been knocked on, so which call is going to be made? There was the original one by the Uganda, and it's going to go the way of the Red Whalers. A scrum. For the Red Whalers. They've got Bell, Olang, and Olaba inside in that scrum. The Whalers got the ball. Switch of play. They're now out wide, and they've got Derek Keoga, who's trying to inject some pace. The tackle is made, but Hall keeps running, and that was a strong one. Flying over that was Wako. And there was a wrong side entry by the Whalers side. Uganda now with the ball. Remember, this is a second string Ugandan side. They're looking at development. And that ball has been stolen by Bell. Tries to move forward. It's Alex Olaba. And holding on to him is Emanzi. Breaking through and making a dash towards the try line is Philemon Olang. Runs across the try box and scores under the post. Red Whalers go 5-0 up against
All eyes. Chinese.
the Emerging Uganda side.
Going over for the Red Whalers. And opening up the scores, Red Whalers 5, Emerging Uganda 7 stands team.
The conversion is good from Gideon Makumi. So it's 7-0 for the Red Whalers against Uganda.
Chinese is trying. Red Whalers 7. Uganda 0.
7-0. That's the man who made the conversion, Makumi. Alongside him is Renault. The restart by the Red Whalers. Makumi sends the ball long and Uganda tap it back. They do win it, and this is with Carter. He's trying to look for some space to break through. Tap back. That was in Kore. Looking for space out wide. One tackle is made, and that ball looks like it was passed forward, so it's going to be a scrum for the Red Whalers. With just over 2.5 minutes to go in this half. The Red Whalers lost 29-5 to Samurai in their opening game, and then lost 19-14 to Spain. Scrum for the Red Whalers. Makumi puts it in. Looking for spaces. Renault shows some great skills, well collected. That was by Derek Keoga. Tries to pass it back, and that was knocked on and went out of play. There is a replay as Otema tried to pick the ball, went out of play, so tapping it onto the hands of Renault. So it's going to be line out for Uganda. It's taken by Alul. They knock it on, and advantage is played, and a try for the Red Whalers, and that one is scored by Alex Olaba. So it is now Red Whalers 17.
Red Whalers 12.
Yes, it's Whalers 12.
0.
And Imagine Uganda 0. And the conversion is good too. So it's now 14-0 for the Red Whalers against the Imagine Cranes.
0.
The restart by Red Whalers is collected by the Imagine Cranes, who try to use the full width of the pitch. And that pass not picked by anyone, and chasing it down is Keoga, but it is collected by Alul. Uganda got some defending to do as Keoga tries to get it over the try line, and he does, using his power, and that is the third try for the Red Whalers. Derek Keoga chased the ball down, picked it up, and pulled down 3 defenders. And now it's Red Whalers 19 and well, that was a great attempt, but it's gone off the upright. So it stays 24-10 from Kore. He missed the first one. As we take a look at that, sold the dummy to Makumi, who decided, well, let me not chase and try the tackle.
The Kenya Rugby Union would like to thank its
A restart
partners,
by Imagine
the
Uganda.
corporates and people behind
And
support.
that one is
The Kenya Rugby Union keeps on
picked up. There was
receiving.
an initial knock on. They thought they had the ball on their sides. That was
big part and parcel of the 2018
Philemon Olan
Safari Sevens journey.
tapped the ball, it moved forward, but it's
Led by
odd shape and bounces
KBC,
in different
the
ways.
official broadcast partner.
So it's a scrum for
Remember,
Uganda.
The games are being live on KBC Channel 1.
There it
Samurai
is.
Sportswear,
There was the original knock on, and so
official
Imagine
Kenya
Uganda
Rugby
to do
team
it.
provider.
They've got a new sense of belief.
The
After
Sunny,
scoring 2 tries in the second half,
the official
trying to go through
hydration partner of Kenya Rugby Union.
blind side.
And the
It's
2018
kicked forward as they
Safari
try to gain
Sevens.
territory, and it's picked up. But
Isuzu, the official transport partner.
looking at it,
Pairing and Little Cub,
called by the
official
referee,
e-hailing partner.
is a penalty. It's going to be a scrum.
Marshpark Hotel,
It's going to be a scrum for the Red Whalers. There was a forward pass. That's an indication coming in from the referee.
official security provider of the 2018 Safari Sevens. Resolution Insurance, official tournament insurance partner.
So
Capital FM, the official radio partner of Kenya Rugby
and
Union.
it is put in by
And the Safari Sevens
Woodhead.
2018, the Nairobi Hospital,
leg sweeper, and now it's collected by
official
Olan.
medical services and hospital partner.
The pass is backwards
Homeboys, official pizza and entertainment
as
partner.
they look for the space to
Big
move forward, trying to create the pace, but he slips.
The official shot
Not able to
sponsor of
move
the Kenya
forward.
Sevens
The tackle is
team.
made.
The
Trying
Nairobi
to look for
City
some
County,
space, breaking through the Uganda lines and telling
The
them,
host
come chase.
county
He
of
tries
the
to
2018
make the
Safari
but releases the
Sevens.
ball. It's been played forward.
Brown
Tried to reach
Kenya.
for the try line.
the official Kenya Sevens and Kenya Rugby partner.
Lucas Opal,
And last but
but
not least,
the
ladies and
tackle was
gentlemen,
good. He was pulled back, and that's
Oshere
not
partner.
getting through. And it's going to be a scrum for
An
Uganda.
official
That
alcoholic
is at the
beverage
5
partner.
meter
Ladies
line.
and gentlemen, the one and only Tusker.
Scrum for Uganda. They're inside their try area. They've got to find a way to get out. Trying to do the kick and chase. Lucas Opal blocks that kick and he's tackled. Woodhead landing down in the process. A little bit messy. Penalty for the Red Whalers. Quickly taken as Opal is lying on the ground and the referee calls for a stop of play so that Lucas Opal can get some treatment. There were bodies flying all over him. So Lucas Opal at deck, getting treatment from all the medics who are there, which also means that time basically has been stopped by the referee. He's able to get back onto his feet. And Alex Olabo makes his way back onto the field of play to take his place. Looks like he has hurt his arm. And the fingers look like they're hurting. So time is back on and we're back to the action. Woodhead sends it out. And some great pair of running hills. And that is coming from Daniel Runol. And he rolls over and scores the try. He didn't even have the referee fouled for that. And the Red Whalers wasting no time.
With a try.
Trying to make a quick conversion.
Imagine Uganda Cranes. 10.
And that brings the score to 29-10. So the first conversion was good, but the second one is missed. So the referee says, well, look at Renault. So where did he make the try? Because the point of the conversion has changed. With that wagging finger. Well, he did roll, and yes, the ball touched down at the first point, so who couldn't score right at in between the posts. 29-10, the final score of this game between the Red Whalers and emerging Uganda. What the teams are waiting for is that the Red Whalers finally have won. For the emerging Uganda side, their results today, losing 26-19 to Uganda. They've lost 3 matches in a row, and they will be playing. And the teams make their way in. Spain in the traditional red and blue. Samurai have got the black and yellow outfit. On their knees are the Spanish side probably saying a single Hail Mary before they face Samurai.
The DJ is making too many secrets about tonight's after party. It's DJ. All right, ladies and gentlemen, about to kick off is a Spanish
And Spain are going to get us going here.
taking on the Samurai Select.
And the Santiago gets the action going with a kick that is won by Samurai. For Spain. Boys. And for them is William Diffin now.
These are familiar faces.
Trying to go through the short side. As there was an attempted steal there. And a heavy tackle on Michael Nyakundi. Bush Mwale plays the ball out, and there is a Yimba. A kick and chase coming through, but Brian who's there? Wahinya, he knocks it on. He was all alone at that back position, but on that knock-on has cost him, and he was under pressure from 3 players. And now, Homeboys looking for space out wide. And it's now with Colin Shikoli trying to slice through the Moran's defense. And now, with the ball for Homeboys now, is Monate Akwe. It's with Bush Mwale trying to muscle his way through that defense. And right at the back is Mark Pomoy. So, now, some wheels coming in from Timothy Massey. Wahinya. He's got Motari, who's playing out on the wing. And he just charges forward, picks up some pace, offloads to Wahinya, who's got the ball. Looking for options. It's the short passes. Wandera. Massey. Kichoi makes one big tackle, stopped by Difu. And now it's Wandera, and there was that holding down. It's going to be a penalty for Homeboys. Ayimba opts to go for territory, so it's going to be a line out. And it's won by Akwe. With the ball now for Homeboys is Maro. And it's been knocked on. It's going to be a scrum for the Morans. So far, scoreless. Shouldn't have down, and the referee calls for a stop on time.
I'd really like to know where Paul Monroe Abu Dhabi stands on this.
A player seems to be in pain, and that looks like Eliakim Kichoi needing some medical attention. He's on his knees. Wow, he's suffered a cut. That full contact game. So he needs a little bit of treatment and get some petroleum jelly on the cut to stop the bleeding, and also a little bit of ice around his belly, numb the body, and he can survive and play on. It's a scrum for the Morans in this Pool C match. A little bit too high. And Sami Motari makes his way. And there's been a forward pass. Look at the crowd, everyone looking at that Kenya 7 side. Scoreless so far between Homeboys, who won the National 7 circuit, and the second string side from Kenya, not from the Kenya 7 setup, the Morans. Homeboys take their scrum, looking for a way to go through this Moran side. Having to look for space as they try to make the yardage. The ball is passed forward, and it is now with Michael Nyakundi. Hits the deck. A little bit of a maul as the players try to get a hold of the ball, and eventually they've been told, look, there's been some knock on, and it's going to go the way of the Kenya Select. No score so far. Forays into, yet to see forays into the 22. Wahinya with the ball. The Morans played back. Motari is tackled. Now with the ball, he's got to look for where he's the playmaker for this side. Floats it out. And you can see the surging run. And the man with the ball is Brian Wandera. He gets it to Brian Wahinya, who flies through that Homeboys defense. And the Morans score their first try.
Ladies and gentlemen, the shortest arm in the 2018 Safari Sevens, Brian Wahinya.
5 points from Brian Wahinya, and the conversion is good. Coming from Makwemoy. And it is now 7-0. Look at that pass coming from him. Look behind him. So nobody was there. Full injection of pace. And it was a try for them. Makwemoy. Gets the Morans going. And trying to break through the Homeboys defense is Makwemoy. Does he have support? And it comes in the form of Mumasi, who's trying to evade all the tackles. And it's now with Wahinya. He makes a charge forward. Kichoi breaks through 2 defenders. He's tackled, hits the deck, and the ball has been held up. That's a call from the referee, and that means it's going to be a 5-meter scrum.
Referee amesema hiyo mpira imeshikwa kama repo charge. Ladies and gentlemen, for those Sintala fans in the house, this tournament has no promotion or relegation. Let's be on the lookout.
And Motari cuts through the Homeboys defense of that scrum, and it is a try for the Morans. It's now 12-0 against Homeboys.
Resolution equalizer Samuel Motari goes over to get the Morans 2.
And that is 12-0.
The men by Green Homeboys 0.
Conversion attempt is going to be made. There's Sami Motari. And the conversion goes wide. And as the teams go into the halftime break, it is 12 for the Morans, 0 for Homeboys RFC.
Ladies and gentlemen, Calligraph is going to be performing tonight. Here's a taste of what to expect and to look forward to for tonight's Shere.
As we take a look at that cry that was caught by Sami Motari. As the players are there. So, as the players get treatment, and you can see that Brian Wandera is the man who's on the ground. He's getting treatment after having a catch as he was there.
You're leaking too much Calligraph secrets. Alright, DJ, Timmy Trinidad. I am Night Boy. Ladies and gentlemen, that and many more is what you should look forward to for the after party. That is the 2018 Safari 7's Dumpster after party right here.
It's now time for the second half, and Ayimba gets the play going, and that ball has stayed inside the pitch, and Max Kangeri sets up what could be a potential try for Homeboys. The Morans were asleep, and it's try time for Homeboys. Right at the start, Michael Nyakundi, and it's 12-5, Morans versus Homeboys. Homeboys have got 5 points, that try finally given. And the conversion is good, coming in from Brian Ayimba. Well, Brian Ayimba is son to former Shuja coach Benjamin Ayimba. Look at the offload from Mutari. He created it from the restart, picked the ball as he just crossed the 10 meters. He was just on it. And as the Morans were ball watching, disaster happened. They conceded that try. One in air.
Ladies and gentlemen, 1
Kwemoy
hour.
to Wahin.
T-1 hour.
And now it's Massey. How much
To the England.
pace does he have? And that was some try-saving tackle. Just a tap on the player from Ayimba, and the flying Massey lost his footing, and he had just got into the 22. So it's going to be a line out for Homeboys RFC. Nyakundi, the man who scored the try, is going to deliver that.
And also for being a friendly nation.
There's Bush Mwala who tries to win that. It's won by Massey, trying to break through the Homeboys defense. Drops the ball, it's a fumble. That has the referee called the advantage, just looking at it.
From Cape Town. Just let them know that they can shower for 10 minutes right here in Nairobi.
I'll tell you, it's been called as a knock-on, as Shuja, or rather the Morans, bring in Paul Mutsami and Vincent Wanyala. Marcy, one of the players, is going to be leaving the field of play. The substitutions are made. It's going to be a scrum for Homeboys from that knock-on by Marcy. And Nyakundi punts it forward. It's still inside their half, and it is won in the air by Shikoli. Homeboys at the ball. Let's see how much pace is there. One man beaten, and Wahinya using his little frame to stop that. Penalty Homeboys. The referee says go back to where the mark was. It's with Bush Mwale. Makes the scratch. Nyakundi. Kangeri with that offload. The ball is now with Bush Mwale. Make some yardage. And look at the tackles that are coming through, forcing Kangeri to make that try, but the penalty has been called just 5 meters out. The referee says it has to be retaken. Bush takes the penalty, pushes his way through that defense, and he's been held up. He had options. He had Shikoli to his right. Was that pass going to be it? He knew that that try would see them tied on scores with the Morans. 12-7 it is. 2 minutes and 40 and counting to go in this game. It's a scrum for Homeboys. Nyakundi with ball in hand. That has been collapsed by the Morans. So Homeboys, they wanted to take that penalty quickly. Oh! Almost dropped the scratch, and there's space out wide. Can he head towards the corner? Dances past one, took a little bit too long, and it's been stolen. And Kwemoy, what kind of feet does he have? He's running the entire length of the pitch. Changes direction. It's through the middle. Mark Kwemoy being chased down by Matt Ogayo, and Matt Kwemoy scores that try for the Morans. 17-7. From what was potentially a try for the Homeboys Rugby Football Club, he just turned it to all that was stolen, and all 80 meters of it, Mark Kwemoy with a sprint going round, and if you look at the exact distance, must have been close to 100 meters, but he did that. Wahinya with the conversion, and it's good. The conversion is good. It's 19 for the Morans and 7 for the Homeboys. This was it. On the ball was Collins Shikoli, tried to offload it, and Kangari lost the ball. And you can see from the 5-meter line all the way to the far end of that try box. That's about 100 meters, considering that he took a beeline, didn't take the flight of a bird, but just look at him running into the posts and try to the Morans. The restart by the Morans. Homeboys have got ball in their possession as they try to break through this defense. The tag is made holding on to it. Taken by Onyala for the Morans, and with the ball now is Mutsami. Goes for the wide channel. With the ball now is Munoko. Looking for a way through, and that's a try. And it's been scored by Paul Mutsami for the Morans. It's a Morans 24, Homeboys 7.
Try time, Kenya Morans.
The clock has run down, I can tell you. But there's still time for a restart. And Brian Wahinya is going to make an attempt at that conversion from 22 yards out. And that conversion goes wide. It's 24-7. And with that, Victor Wall, the referee, says it's full time. Full time. Kenya Morans 24, Homeboys 7. Well, right here with me in the commentary booth is Michael Kwambo, and he will take you through the next set of matches. And the first match that is going to take you through is Portugal versus Uganda.
Our center referee for this match is Moses Ndungu. ball is loose on the floor. The contest eventually finds Portugal in possession. They look to attack from first phase. That is Hago. Furios just looking to force the turnover, but he does draw the penalty and takes it quickly. Furios, one of the more creative players for the Uganda Rugby Sevens side, plies his trade with the Kenya Harlequin Club in Nairobi. Telling tackle there from Portugal up in the faces of the Ugandans early on. Quickly taken penalty, tap and go. That is the man in shirt number 12, Marta. As they surge forward. This is Fabio. The ball once again loose and the referee calling for the infringement. Penalty advantage to Portugal. Right on the Ugandan 22. And Mr. Ndungu also dispatches the Ugandan player to the Naughty Boys chair. Uganda will be down to 6 men for the next 2 minutes from the moment the player in shirt number 12, Haruna Mohammed, takes his place in the sin bin. And this is Fabio looking to power his way over the try line. It has been all Portugal, but the ball had been stolen from that breakdown, only for Moses Ndungu to further penalize Uganda. Advantage Portugal. That was Vassallo with some football skills, just keeping the ball alive, and Fabio goes over for the game's opening try. 5-0 to Portugal.
Try time, Portugal.
And this has come after a moment of intense pressure from Portugal. They have had Uganda on the back foot since kickoff. The conversion attempt sails wide, and the scores remain 5-0 to Portugal. From the restart, the ball is tapped backwards by the Portuguese players. That is Felipe. Darting run from Felipe. He spotted that space from miles away, beating two Ugandan defenders. The offload, they're looking to play it out wide to their gasman, Fabio. That is Marta. Sells the dummy. It is purchased in foreign currency by Aaron Oforios. Second try for Portugal. 10-0 with the conversion to come.
The Portuguese side getting the second try. Taking the scores to Portugal 10, the Uganda Cranes 0.
And there we just see that again. Marta taking Oforios to the cleaners before going over for the second try. Portugal now leading by 12 points to 0. This is Safari Sevens action coming to you from the RF UEA ground in Nairobi. The Ugandans looking to string something, really not attacking from deep. And see the commitment from the Ugandan players. Does some beautiful footwork from Uganda. David Semwami now in possession. Portugal just looking to force the turnover, and have they successfully got possession? Referee Moses Ndungu is going to hand the advantage to Portugal. They've just bullied Uganda at the breakdown. This is Vassallo. Felipe, darting run once again from Felipe. He finds the floor, he has people coming in. Vassallo once again. Marta, the try scorer. Portugal just looking to string together the passes and make it happen here. And Felipe slicing through the Ugandan defense, almost at will. Beautiful, fancy offload. Fernandez Hago is going to go over for try number 3. 17-0 with a minute 27 seconds to play in the first half.
Try time, Portugal. Ladies and gentlemen, Portugal running away with this, getting their third try in the first half. Tennis falls to Portugal 17. Uganda Rugby Cranes.
It has been all Portugal from kickoff. Uganda, faithful visitors to the Safari Sevens since the first one in 1996, when the likes of Yairo Kasasa featured in that team, trailing by 17 points to 0. That was Fernando Hago showing the awareness to latch onto that fancy offload from Felipe. 19-0 the scores. A ball was on the floor, but Moses Ndungu calls for the knock-on. It's going to be a scrum down. Uganda's put in. Haruna Mohamed is back from the sin bin, as Uganda looking to pull together some passes and get phases of play going for them, as the hooter has sounded for halftime. They will need to make something from this period that they find themselves in possession. Haruna Mohamed steps past 2 defenders, almost makes it 3, keeps the ball alive through Epilo Paul. Uganda just taking their time. Kevin Kerumudu. Epilo Paul once again. This is Joseph Aredo. He looks to have broken through the Portuguese defense. That was desperate defending from the Portuguese. The Ugandans have space and pace, and this man, David Semwami, is going to score under the posts. A crucial intervention right at the stroke of halftime. Kevin Kerumudu tasked with the conversion. As you just see there, David Semwami having his try converted by Kevin Kerumudu. 19-7 at the interval. We look forward to an exciting second half. and the two teams make their way back for the second half. It is Portugal holding a 19-7 lead over Uganda. A late first half flurry from Uganda, seeing them work their way towards the Portuguese try line. And that man, David Semwami, scored the try right on the stroke of halftime that seems to have injected life into the Ugandans. This is Levis Ochen keeping it alive. The follow-through coming from Haruna Mohamed. Just zigzags past his Portuguese defender. And you can see what the Ugandans are doing, making sure the ball stays in play. Quick line out. Referee awarding the free kick. The Ugandans taking it, but not on the mark. You can see the urgency with which they have hit the second half. That was Kelvin Kerumudu, plays it through to Desire Ayera. The ball is loose on the floor and some respite for Portugal, who have been on the course since Uganda worked their way to the try line at the close of the first half. The pressure coming through from Portugal, from Uganda. Can Portugal work their way out of this bind? And it's the big man, Fernando Hago. Desperate defense coming through from Epilo Paul, just looking to escort him to the try line. What a response from Portugal after the initial second half pressure from Uganda.
Try time, Portugal. Taking the scores to Portugal 24, Uganda 7.
And that is what they would probably call a sucker punch. Uganda looked to be in the ascendancy until that turnover and a try. So the score's 24-7. Uganda with a penalty in the middle of the park. That was Massa Isaac. Plays it through once again. Isaac Massa just looking to find the floor as the Portuguese looking to keep him up. Epilo Paul has men out wide. This is Kevin Kerumudu. With Kevin Kerumudu is Desire Ayera. Hard running from Desire Ayera. Ugandans arriving in numbers. The referee once again calls for the infringement. Bagalana Tofik racing clear. Massa Isaac sustaining the pressure and momentum for Uganda, but the advantage has swung the way of Portugal. Much as the scores are 24-7. It is a very exciting match. Is Marta. He has been rather quiet since his exploits in the first half. This is Storti. Beautiful play from Haruna Mohamed, who earlier spent 2 minutes in the sin bin. We have about 2 minutes, 15 seconds of the half remaining. Uganda looking to get more points on the board. They need 4 tries and looking to benefit from a decision to have Portugal reduced to 6 men. Desire Ayera, searching run, finds himself over the chalk. A crucial try for the Ugandans, 24-12. Do they have the ability to conjure up 2 more tries and restrict the Portuguese from scoring? Something that could flip the game totally upside down, because if they do score 2 converted tries, they win this by 26 points to 24. If they score a try that is unconverted and add an unconverted try, they will have tied this game at 24-all. The ball claimed in the air by Manuel Marta as Uganda continuing to pile the pressure, but found guilty of infringing penalty advantage to Portugal, who will just look to wind down the clock with about 30 seconds to play in the second half. Portugal are going to run off with the result. Stillwell Antonio plays it out wide to Storti. You can see the intensity with which both teams are contesting for the ball and for territory and possession as well. Kerumudu, Desire Ayera scored the try. Fancy reverse pass to his supporting teammate. The Ugandans once again guilty of infringing and conceding a penalty in the middle of the park. We have time on the clock. Having run out, the hooter could sound any moment from now. Penalty advantage, Uganda. Now what do? You are trailing by 12 points. This is your last play. You probably want to reduce the deficit and count on the mathematics to get you into the Cup quarterfinals on Sunday morning. The Portuguese now reduced to 5 men. And it's their little magician, Felipe, who is sent to the sin bin. And that is a beautiful try from Bagalana Tofik. He just showed his defenders the ball for a minute and exploited the little space that was there. Turned on the afterburners to score under the posts. Conversion coming up in a minute.
Clawing back the deficit, ladies and gentlemen. Bring the scores to Portugal 26, Uganda 17.
So this is going to be the final order of business. And there we see it once again. Bagalana Tofik just spotted that gap and raced to the try line like his life depended on it. His try under the sticks, bringing the scores to 24-17 before the conversion. Saw this match end 24-19. Coming up next, second last match of the day. A match between Apache and Stanbic Mwamba.
Mwamba taking on Apache. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second last game of today. After this game, we'll have the Kenya Shujaa taking on Namibia. And after that, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed to watch the Red Roses become the Yellow Roses.
Lining up for Mwamba RFC is Steven Sikuta, Alex Aturo, Jojo Mola, Martin Oyugi, Elvis Namusasi, Joel Nzuga, Brian Kivasia, Mike Okello, Cheriot Kibiwot, Charles Tege, Nick Wamburu, and Felix Otieno. Lining up for Apache is Tim Pierce, Ryan Long, Dylan Tisdale, Hamish James, Sam Poynton, Benji Manning, Anthony Jackson, Lewis Deneley, Cassell Josh, Nick Sixton, Alex Harris, Richard Sidindi, and James Boyd Moss.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the Portuguese team.
As we just hear the stadium announcer working up the crowd here, and we catch a shot of the Portuguese giving the side around a lap of honor. But now back to matters on the pitch, and the action has begun between Apache in the blue and white strip and Mwamba in the black strip. Apache is an invitational touring side from the United Kingdom. They make it a point to attend tournaments both within their country and wherever they are invited to all over the world, while Mwamba RFC, founded in 1977, is a club that has a rich history in the world of sevens rugby. Has produced some of Kenya's finest sevens players, Collins Injera, his brother Humphrey Kayange, as well as Kenya's leading points scorer, Lavin Asego. And an early injury there for Apache. Looks like a nosebleed. The medics, though, are going to have him sorted out, patched up and ready to play any moment from now. They just see it, must have caught a trailing foot. It remains scoreless as we are heading into 2 minutes of this match. Both sides have had mixed results throughout the day. Apache started with a 28-5 win over Namibia before losing 40-0 to Shujaa. And as we speak, could this be the game's opening try? Beautifully kept alive, but desperate from Joel Nzuga. Virtually on the try line. He just needed to secure that ball and thrust his body over the try line. He was unable to do that. And back to what we're talking about, Apache started with a 28-5 win over Namibia before losing to Shujaa by 40 points to 0. And are now coming into this match looking for a win, which could all but guarantee them a place in the Cup quarterfinals on Sunday morning. That is Elvis Namusasi, Kenya Simba's trialist. The advantage remains with Mwamba. Martin Oyugi plays it through, and Mwamba getting the first points on the board. Brian Kivasia with the try. Brian Kivasia played at the schools competition of the Safari Sevens in 2010. Incidentally, the last time that the Safari Sevens was played at this venue. And there he is getting his name on the scoreboard after the hard work had been done initially by Elvis Namusasi, then by Martin Oyugi. Conversion attempt is solid. It goes through the post for 7-0 lead in favor of Mwamba. And if you're just joining us, Kenya will be playing the last match of the day and they will be playing against Namibia. But for now, this is the second last fixture on day 2 of the Safari Sevens, a match between Mwamba in the black strip and Apache in the blue and white strip. Is Mwamba in the lead through that try from Brian Kivasia. Apache just looking to recollect themselves. Alex Harris was tempted to go all the way, but was caught in two minds. This is Ryan Long. That was a long shot from Ryan Long, thinking that he could barge through the Mwamba defense. This is Lewis Dennerly, darting run, is looking to exploit some space there for Apache, as Sam Poynton is on point with the 5-pointer to bring Apache to within 2 points of Mwamba, with the ensuing conversion to come.
By the Apache arena, getting a try for the Apache side. Taking the scores to Mwamba 7, Apache 5.
Conversion sails wide and the scores remain 7-5 in favor of Mwamba. We still have about 52 seconds to play in the first half. It has been a rather cagey affair between the two sides. Apache needing to post a second win to be in with a chance of qualifying for tomorrow's Cup quarterfinals, while Mwamba falling to 2 defeats. 53-0 against Shujaa and 24-5 against Namibia. We'll just be looking to upset the apple cart. And the chase for the ball is desperate and successful at the same time. A second try.
Beautiful kick and chase by the Apache side, ladies and gentlemen. And for the very first
And it
time,
is
Apache
Lewis
Germany
Dennerly who
leads
goes
the
over
scores
to
of
put his side to
Stanbic Mwamba
10-7 with the conversion to come. Talk about just spotting the gap behind the Mwamba defense, kicking over the Mwamba defense and forcing them to turn. Lewis Dennerly was always going to win that foot race, and he did. His 5 points putting Apache ahead for the first time in this game. Big question is, will they be able to retain the lead, or are we going to see a response from Mwamba as the game wears on? Massive kick from outfield just before halftime. 12-7 it is to Apache at halftime. And we're back for the second half. Ball claimed in the air by Apache, but the referee calls for an infringement. There was a knock-on by the Apache players as they went up for that ball from the restart. It's going to be a scrum put in for Mwamba, who went ahead in this match through Brian Kivasi's try before 2 tries from Sam Poynton and Lewis Deneley. So Apache take a 12-7 lead into the break. We're just 30 or so seconds into the second half. All to play for. What's going to happen? This is Joel Inzuga, the man they call Zing, looking to zing away from his marker. He was unable to. Nicholas Wamburu fumbled the pass that was rather weighty from Inzuga. The follow-through from Wamburu is good. He forces a turnover, and now Mwamba find themselves in possession. That's some hard running coming through from Jojo Mola. Alex Aturo looks left, right. He finds Joel Inzuga. Once again, this is Alex Aturo. Loses the ball on the floor. But Sauda Aliru calls for a penalty to Mwamba. Martin Oyugi, that looked like a wayward pass. No, it wasn't. There was a deliberate knock-on from the Apache player, and Apache are reduced to 6 men. What can Mwamba do with a one-man advantage? That is Elvis Namusasi. Sells the sidestep, finds the try line. Mwamba retake. Actually, Mwamba draw level. The conversion is what will determine whether or not they take the lead. But that was beautiful from Namusasi. His conversion is good. Mwamba retake the lead by 14 points to 12. It sure is an exciting match here at the RFUA ground. On the second day of the Safari Sevens. Remember, we had the women's under-19 action yesterday, and it was Hidden Talent Academy who won it with a 28-0 cup final win over Huruma. Then later on in the evening, we had the veterans competition, which was won by Kenya Harlequin. And now we have the senior men's and senior women's competitions going on. And this is the second last match of the day in the senior men's competition of the Safari Sevens at the RFUA ground. Coming up next will be the match between Shujaa, who are the hosts and defending champions, and Namibia, Africa Cup Sevens finalists in 2016.
Set. Step up.
Apache will be looking for a response now. You just feel that whoever scores the next try at this point of the game will win it. Big question is, will it be Mwamba or will it be Apache? And there's a flyer, Alex Harris. Steps past one defender but really doesn't go far. He keeps the ball alive. Beautiful running lines coming through from Benji Manning. Carries the ball another 10 or so meters for Apache, and this is Alex Harris. Decisive run there from him. Gains ground. They're now on the Mwamba 22, but are penalized, and the momentum swings the way of Mwamba. Elvis Namusasi was not on the mark, and he'll have to take that penalty again. Elvis Namusasi began his club rugby at Western Bulls, had a stint with Mombasa Rugby, and now moving to Mwamba. And this is another darting run. The Mwamba player was a bit unsure as he ran into space. That was Charles Chege. The long, rangy strides of Cheriot Kibiwot. Cheriot Kibiwot races clear to put Mwamba 19-12 up. And obviously the partisan crowd here at the RFUEA rooting for Mwamba, who are seeking their first win of the tournament. Namusasi's conversion is good. It is now 21-12 in favor of Mwamba, and there we just see the rangy strides of Cheriot Kibiwot. This is Elvis Namusasi. He was called up as a trialist to the Kenya Simbas, who are preparing for the Rugby World Cup, a repechage in Marseille, France tomorrow with their open against Canada before playing against Germany and Hong Kong in subsequent match days. I'm sure the Simbas players might be watching bits of the Safari Sevens in Marseille. Just want to tell them these are the crowds in Nairobi and that all of Kenya is rooting for you.
Stop, stay! Side entry.
A penalty advantage is with Mwamba as they lead by 21 points to 12. A healthy 9-point cushion. That is Elvis Namusasi again. Alex Aturo, strong carry. Joel Nzuga. Or Jojo Mola, I beg your pardon. Playing it through to Alex Aturo. Aturo has been all over the pitch for Mwamba.
The Namibia 15-a-side team qualified at the expense of Kenya 15s.
And this is looking a lot more positive from Mwamba. They are looking likely to seal this one. The advantage is in their favor. The hooter has sounded, and one just feels that Mwamba are going to win this game. How do they want to win it? With another try. That is Nicholas Wamburu moving agonizingly close. And Brian Kivasia, does he get his brace? Yes, he does. What a way to end this game, 26-12. The conversion will not really matter as Mwamba register their first win on day one of the Safari Sevens.
Apache 12. Ladies and gentlemen, Mwamba win their first win on the 2018 Safari Sevens. The full-time score, Stanford Mwamba 26.
And just a confirmation of the full-time score, Mwamba registering their first win on day two of the Safari Sevens. A 26-12 win over Apache Sevens. It makes the mathematics in this pool quite interesting. Who will be joining Shuja in the Cup quarterfinals on Sunday morning? We'll find out. Remember, Namibia facing Shuja in the last match of the day. And lining up for Namibia is Peter James de Gra, Daniel Emil Bok, Nandi Karuombe, Carlton Ste, Aurelio John Andrew, Paulos Hangula, Tuna Amte, Gilano Chesbro, Romanzo Lento, Dirk Dimay, Lin Stoop, and Naz Swat. While lining up for Shuja Hamanhumwa, Alvin Otieno, Harold Andupate, Eden Agero, Johnston Olindi, Daniel Tabu, Mark Wandeto, Charles Omondi, Dennis Ombachi, Michael Wanjala, Cyprian Kuto, and Leonard Mugaisi. As you just catch a glimpse of the fans here at the RFUEA ground.
Also, ladies and gentlemen, once again for the Stanford Mwamba team, bring along this honor.
As the two teams make their way onto the field of play, this is the last match of the afternoon.
And the Kenya Shuja makes the way to the centerpiece. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it from Mwamba. Well, in Colombia for the first lead.
Shujaa versus Namibia. These two teams are building a healthy rivalry in the longer version of the game. The bigger question is whether this can also happen in the shorter version of the game. As the tournament announcer just works up the crowd. The numbers who have made their way down to the RFUA ground, the faithful fans. Remember, after this, will be the announcement of the quarter-final draw. Of course, many of the fans still making their way to the ground for what the tournament organizers have promised to be a great after-party. But for now, let's watch the action on the field of play. Alvin Otieno, marauding run from Alvin Otieno, and what a way to open this game. Pounced on the loose ball, broke through the tackle, scored. 5-0, 20 seconds into the game. And the crowd here at the RFUEA is up on their feet. The crowd is loud and proud as well. And one thing about the home crowd here at the RFUA ground is that they can be very vociferous. They can be very proud. Daniel Tabu's conversion, on the other hand, bouncing off the post. As we just see, Alvin Otieno, too much power in the takeoff. Scores the opening try, 5-0. Shujaa with the lead. Once again, Shujaa just causing problems for their opponents, forcing the knock-on as Namibia were under pressure deep in their territory. The man who dropped that ball for Namibia was Carlton Stair. There's a scrum down Kenya's put in. Man in shirt number 14, Eden Agero, one of the most experienced players on this Shujaa side, was part of the Kenya team that played at the Rugby World Cup Sevens in San Francisco. The offload to Johnston Olindi, runs into his man, presents the ball. This is Herman Huma, hesitates with the pass. He'll be looking to find some space. The pressure is coming through from the Namibians, but Alvin Otieno, the try scorer, keeps it alive. The referee once again calling for another infringement, another Kenya penalty. And could this be a try? No, the ball is stolen, and this is a race to the try line. Talk about running for dear life. Guilano with the try, Giuliano. From being on the back foot to being level on scores. 5-all the score between Shujaa and Namibia, as they're just heading into the halfway mark in the first half of this encounter. A section of the crowd trying to rally the home side and defending champions. Though you just feel that Eden Agero was a tad too casual, having done all the hard work. The pass was a bit careless, and Giuliano was very aware of the prize that was waiting for him once he caught that ball and raced close to 80 meters, the length of the field, to score the try. It is a successful conversion, and Namibia lead. Could we be setting ourselves up for an upset? Remember, Shujaa are not only the tournament defending champions, but they are the pre-match favorites coming into this encounter. The ball was knocked forward by the Namibian player as he reached for it from the restart. Advantage Shujaa. Daniel Tabu with the step, but the tackle is solid from the Namibians, just looking to frustrate the Kenyans at the breakdown. Johnston Olindi finds himself isolated, just looking to draw his support players. Yes, they do arrive and arrive in numbers. Leonard Mugaisi and Alvin Otieno looking to get out of jail. The pressure from the Namibians telling Herman Humo has a man out wide in Charles Omondi. Charles Omondi just turning with the face, and the handoff that excites the crowd here. The pass from Eden Agero to Leonard Mugaisi. Leonard Mugaisi doing what he does best. Leonard Mugaisa, a marketer by profession, brings the crowd to their feet here at the RFUA ground. Selfies, song and dance as a result of the man they call Lord, Leonard Mugaisi. 10-7, Eden Agero makes sure of the conversion.
Let's go, Kenya, let's go. 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 We want another one. We want another one.
Current score 12-7 in favor of Shujaa as Namibia looking to respond. The atmosphere is electric on and off the field of play. Hard running from the Namibians. That was Lean Stoops, and this is Nandi Karwombe. But the ball is claimed by Daniel Tabu after a careless pass from the Namibians. Daniel Tabu finds himself isolated, but that pass from Charles Omondi under pressure travels forward, and the advantage swings the way back of the Namibians. We have about 20 seconds to play in the first half, and boy, how this half has flown.
Ladies and gentlemen, T-3.
And Lean Stoop is back up on his feet in what is probably the final play of the first half. Also see the try scorer Giuliano Chesbra running a bit gingerly. Probably just took a knock, something that he can shake off. The scrum put in for Namibia. And from the ensuing penalty, Carlton Stair kicks behind the Kenyan defense and scores. Shujaa were caught napping. The Namibians finding chinks in the Shujaa armor. Nothing heroic about the way Shujaa have played in the first half. Let's just see that. Like, kick behind the Kenyan defense. The ensuing chase. Soccer skills from Eden Agero are lacking on that particular moment. And Stoop was there in support as Carlton Stair barged over to tie the scores. A successful conversion will bring the scores to 14-12. Will that happen? That is a big question. The kick is wide and it's all square. 12-12 at the break. We'll be back in about the fans warming up for the after party that will be on in a few minutes after the end of the action on day 2 of the Safari Sevens. But for now, we still have 7 minutes to play in the second half of this match between Namibia and Shujaa, the last match of the day. The teams are all square, 12-12 the scores. Beautifully taken ball from Shujaa. That was a well-rehearsed move. Daniel Tabu loses the ball on the tackle. Charles Omondi finds himself in possession. This is Charles Omondi. Just forward. Johnson Olindi plays it to the try scorer Alvin Otieno. Alvin Otieno, hard running from Alvin Otieno, one man to beat. Keeps it alive. And this is Leonard Mugaisi, turns on his afterburners as well. And once again, you call upon him, he delivers. Leonard Mugaisi, 2 tries in this match. Taking his sweet time to place the ball.
Try time, Kenya! And once again,
as we just see the fans here at the RFUA ground, and as we await the conversion, legend is that Leonard Mugaisi is the man who is called by his cell phone, not the other way around. 19-12 the score after a conversion from Johnson Olindi. Obviously, head coach Paul Murunga also looking to test all his charges. Still have the likes of Cyprian Kuto and Dennis Ombachi on the bench. But this is a very plucky Namibian side. Harold Anduvate on as a second half player. And a lot of interesting banter in the stands. Probably have an anecdote section at some point. Just capture all these things on the sidelines. Alvin Otieno was quick to break, but the referee calls for the offside and the penalty advantage is with Namibia. 3 minutes into the second half of the last game of the day. Dennis Ombachi on one of his characteristic runs. Dennis Ombachi, hard running from Ombachi. He has a man outside, and that man is Harold Anduvate. Steps through one, steps through two. Harold Anduvate goes down under pressure from the Namibians. Michael Wanjala with the quickly taken penalty, plays it out to Mark Wandeto. Mark Wandeto has wheels to turn around. Eden Agero is going to score the easiest of tries. He gives it to Leonard Mugaisi. A hat-trick for the Lord. Leonard Mugaisi.
Kenya. One and only Leonard Mugaisi getting another try for the Shujaa outfit. Taking the scores to Kenya. Shujaa 24, Namibia 12.
That is Giuliano Chesbra. As Shuja lead by 26 points to 12. As the injury toll hits the Namibians, losing a second player out, they will have a tough day too. But for now, they are looking to qualify for the Cup quarterfinals. Remember, this year's tournament is a 3-pool tournament, 12 teams playing. We have about 1 minute, 15 seconds to go. This is Mark Wandeto asking questions of the Namibians. Eden Agero plays it out wide. That is Alvin Otieno. Dennis Ombachi with a rare sidestep. He's known for his hard running. Eden Agero just looking to pull the strings there. He looked to have spotted a gap. This is Michael Wanjala. Claims the ball on the bust, and this is going to be the easiest of tries for Cyprian Manguvuman Kuto. Minimal strength was used in the creation of that try. 25 seconds to play.
Taking the scores to 31 for the Shujaa. Namibia 20.
Current scores
Namibia 12.
31-12 with the conversion to come. That was some beautiful work, both from Eden Agero and Michael Wanjala, both of whom were part of Mike Friday's squad way back in 2013, in the 2012-2013 season. The hooter has sounded. Alvin Otieno finds himself in possession. Do the Kenyans want to score another try to just make this victory as comprehensive as possible? Cyprian Kuto looks left, right. He offloads to Eden Agero, who is known for a ton of speed as well, in addition to his step. This is Harold Anduvate. He has been a handful since making his way onto the pitch as a replacement. Kuto with a pass to Alvin Otieno. Alvin Otieno just looking to poke holes in the Namibian defense. Strong running from the man they call Bufa. John Mark Wandeto, he does have the gas and he's going to score the try. Give him an inch, he'll take a mile. Give him the ball, he will score a try. John Mark Wandeto. 30.
Wandeto goes over to take Shujaa to 38. Namibia 12.
38-12.
Scoreboard.
Remember, the buzzer had sounded. This is Michael Wanjala Matayo. He used to play his rugby at Strathmore Leos before moving to Homeboys RFC. His conversion attempt sails wide, and that is the final order of business on day 2 of the Safari Sevens.
As the face of Owen Farrell features
Just see John Mark Wandeto going over for the try.
From Twickenham on the big screen.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that has been day 2 here at the Safari Sevens. It has been a great day, Daniel.
Well, what a day it's been, and we've seen 18 matches in the men's competition, 6 matches. That's in the women's competition, that's 24 matches in total. And for the Kenya Lioness, showing their class, playing against the Uganda Cranes, Emerging Cranes, and also the Kenya Club Select, showing their class above the rest of everyone. But some great showing from Samurai, who amongst other things, they are a select side, but they defeated a national team, Spain. And we're looking at the Spanish side that is trying to find their way into the World Series and make themselves a force in the World Series. So that's one of the things that stands out for me. Also a great show by the Morans. Homeboys getting a win, and also Wamba getting a win as club sides coming into this competition, being non-composite national teams of players who qualify for national teams. That has been a great showing coming in from the Mwamba side. As for Kenya playing against Namibia, a few errors here by Eden Agero, the captain. One loose pass and a missed kick that so Namibia get their way. But still you can feel the strength that they have. The knockout phase tomorrow, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be live from 10 a.m. So we're just waiting for the final classification, and then the draw will be announced.
And lastly, as we wind up, Daniel, two things. What was your highlight of the day? And two, which player has stood out for you today?
I think for me, one of the players who's really stood out for me, I can talk about Tabu. Tabu has really stood out for me. Daniel Tabu, he's been one of the standout players for Kenya. But don't write off Brian Wahinya, the shortest man, actually the second shortest man at the Safari 7th, because Owino from Mwamba is the shortest. So we would be looking at him. He's really given a good account of himself as he makes his debut in Kenya colors. So, Michael, maybe for you, I'll just throw the question back at you. Your take out from this and the players who stood out for you.
Well, mine will be very quickly. The player who stood up for me was Daniel Tabu. I just like the confidence with which he's playing. He's not afraid to take risks, chances, and he gets caught at times, but you can see he's a very positive, very attack-oriented player.
Right. Thank you very much, Michael, and thank you for being with us in the commentary box. So as you see the teams huddled together, Namibia and Kenya, at the end of their encounter, Amphora PD will be their touch side. He'll be speaking to Eden Agero, the captain of the Shuja side, and also he'll be speaking to Homeboys and the Morans. That's in a short while. But in between, why don't we give you some highlights, just about 2 minutes of it, of what has been happening at the RFUA grounds at the 2018 Safari 7th. It's day 2 of the competition. Catch these highlights.
New Zealand really stopping around the fringes where England are getting those runners going. There's not a hint of an offload. They're drawing New Zealand tacklers, then they're looking for the space wide. It's been a tactical masterclass. A minute to on for 6 minutes from England. And the execution to go with it. Absolutely. You can see that England 80% plus of the action, and they've turned it into a score. To be reset. From both sides, so we'll go again. Well, this is now New Zealand will attack. They probably have the best scrum in the world. They certainly have on the forward this year. England, Birmingham started this year. It's just a matter of stabilising this